Hello, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People, where tonight we discuss the rather interesting topic, and I think very relevant topic of math crises and reality checks. I have to admit, I'm somewhat curious as to where Club E&P pulled out of his ass tonight at 7 o'clock, supposedly he was going to put something up. And my intuition is saying this. I bet this guy links to Red Bar Radio somehow. This is some sort of like him attempting this might be some sort of grand scheme to get back at me for doing the same thing that I'm doing now, freaking like 20 years ago, when Corey and I reviewed his show and basically said this is terrible. If it is Red Bar Radio guy, then I feel pretty comfortable saying he's probably ENFJ. But still could be ESFP. I don't know. I guess I don't really feel any more strongly about what he might be than I did prior to that. But that might be the case, and that is kind of interesting. If it turns out to be that he's the Red Bar Radio guy, it's kind of interesting. But if it is that, and and you know, the Red Bar Radio guy comes around periodically and sort of replaces those words and such in my ears, right? Oh yeah, Red Bar Radio, right? Remember that guy a long time ago, you know? Probably, I mean, the thing is, there's no disputing the fact that that individual or somebody associated with that individual, almost certainly him, his basic MO back 20 years ago was being 20 identities all him, you know, and not fooling any intuitive at all, right? Just like, okay, yeah, I can see right through this. It's kind of making me cringe too. But anyway, he got really mad when Corey and I trashed his podcast. He got super mad. Oh my god, he got so mad. But, you know, it was trash. I don't know what to say about it. As I get in my old age, I'm more like Tiffany in some ways. Like, what are you? Oh my god, why are you so gross and slimy? That's expressing my positions more as relationships with the word you. Okay, so I wasn't sure if I wasn't planning on streaming again tonight. But basically, what happened was I was watching my stream from earlier, and it made me want to stream rather than listen at a certain point. As I was looking at stuff, thinking of stuff, etc. Well, I guess what happened was I had this intuition that this links to that Red Bar Radio stuff. At which point I thought, okay, well, that's pretty interesting. It's kind of like it's kind of like watching somebody sneak up on you. You know I can see you, right? You think you're invisible? Apparently you think you're invisible. So the thing is, my ass is writing checks my body can't cash. I just thought it would be interesting to speculate a little bit before I actually see what if anything he had to say. Because it occurred to me as I was watching the stream from earlier that, oh, I wonder if that's what's going on here. This is that Red Bar Radio guy, maybe. Hi, Oliver Linehan. Hi, Fly Guy. And welcome to Talking with Fantasy People. Your home for all the news that's fit to mint. Speculums are great for spectating. Are they great for speculating? Or for spectacular spectacles? Yep, I'm streaming again. I'm so unprofessional. I am? I'm sorry. Why am I so unprofessional? I mean, in this regard, Chloe TV is right that obviously controversy gets views. I know that already, but I'm not really a view hound, you know? I make a lot of videos that I know aren't going to get very many views. I haven't seen his video. I don't know what it says. So, I don't know. I was speculating, but you know, my NI is not very reliable. We should remember that. But I was speculating that it might link to this Red Bar Radio guy. Why do I not see what you're responding to? Oh. I was impressed by how you stood up for host Eric over you know who, where. Oh, I see. Well, guy says, do I need to see his video before I watch the stream? Jeremiah says, it says, I hate host Eric because he won't validate me. I think Jeremiah is joking in the sense that he's positioning himself as Club ENTP's agent of acquiring something from here. Fraughts with the host. Fraughts? What's fraughts mean? French kisses the host. Fraughts with the host. Arab kisses the host. Okay, non-Arab says, whoa, whoa, whoa. Knock it up with the kiss in there, mister. I suspect that Rachel is watching the old live stream and may not have gotten notified that this one has started yet. She might even appreciate it if I shoot her a text or something. She does seem to like maybe it's good if you don't know this one. Okay, maybe it is good if I don't know that one. She seems to genuinely have this sense of oh no, I missed out if she misses streams, which seems almost insane to me because it's like well, I guess the point is she doesn't get to interact with the chat if she misses it live, but It's like, can you imagine going out with me and then and then watching me when you're not hanging out with me? That's a lot of tolerance for Eric. That's a really high Eric tolerance right there. He did an impression and made some assertions that actually communicate anything meaningful. I haven't seen it. But the thing is, I can be difficult to do an impression of because to do a good impression of me requires you to use a lot of like big words in certain ways, and people to do a good impression of me, you need to be like Abraham could do a good impression of me just saying things like Abraham, like that kind of stuff. But he had more trouble getting down impressions that involved me saying corrective fancy word talk stuff because it requires more of a facility with fancy word talk, you know. He's the world's worst meta actor. Ignoring the technical jargon, he fell a tad flat. Well, I mean, we've been speculating that he might be. Ruben, I said that he resonates. He thinks he's seen another ENFJ. So, I mean, was there some sort of actual reveal happening here? Like, did he go, take off my mask and I'm really, yeah, no? There was no reveal? You know, because that's what I was given the impression of in the stream earlier, that he was going to reveal something. I figured he would probably construct some sort of narrative about how he's been playing me all along and stuff, or I don't know, but I figured there'd be some sort of actual reveal. Did he reveal? He revealed that he's been lying about liking you to gain your trust for over a year. It didn't work very well. I mean, it's like, he sure did put a lot of work into getting zero attention from me for a long time. Right? And eventually it was me learning that he was around the same age as me that made me actually want to go look at his stuff. Well, he's welcome to make whatever videos he wants about me, as long as he doesn't slander me in defaming ways that make false accusations about me. Like, he can't accuse me of anything they didn't do, obviously, stuff like that. He did a decent parody of Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. Well, good for him. He said he was meta acting. Well, what's that? Lying? Pretending to be someone you're not? You know, it's not as though pretending to be someone you're not for an extended period of time to gain someone's trust so that you can betray it is a good thing, right? But it's like what I said at the beginning of the stream. This is remarkably like watching somebody sneak up on you. You know I can see you, right? You're right there. Going like this doesn't prevent me from seeing you. Hey, Abraham. Hey, man, what's going on? Yeah, I got a new admirer. Just, always leaving, spied monkeys in my wake, What are you gonna do? Really? You know what, Abraham? I don't think that's really you. In fact, I'm quite sure it's not. If that's true, text me. Yeah, he won't be the first to try. I didn't watch it because I don't want to feed this particular drama occupying attention for much longer. It's like, it's still interesting to me, but okay, Abraham. Fine. You know what, Abraham Rankin? That sounds familiar, but you remember that time in my garage better than I do, I think. Prove it. Name Eric's favorite Rebbe student. Yeah, he's real. He's real. My bad, I got a little paranoid. So, the thing is, it's like, I had genuine, competent, and determined enemies. They're both competent and determined, okay? When I had Becky and, that whole gang, and Spacey's girlfriend, Tori's dad, and Tori, I had some genuinely active hidden enemies, right, that were trying to get me. He's a good impersonator. Well, good for him. I have no problem with him attaining whatever success he wants to attain. He seems to think he's entitled to my attention. Jack C is a 5-day-old channel. Okay. Daniels with man. Yeah, he's playing like a Joker type character right now. My advice, you don't need because you're old enough to know by experience, let him be his own enemy because he is. Yeah. I don't have time to engage someone who's trying to treat me as an object in his media thing, right? So, if in fact he's been presenting himself in a crafted way to me in order to pull off a big reveal, it didn't play out like that, right? It just didn't play out like that for him. So, probably Jack C is an alter ego or something, maybe, I don't know, but Maybe it is good. I don't begrudge him being good. It's not like I don't want him to be successful in what he's doing in terms of if he's going to be making jokes. I do want him to be successful in making jokes. I do not want him to make bad jokes, right? When I was watching it, he seemed bored with me. He seemed periodically bored with my long answers. Well, and the thing is, of course, Ruben, it's not so much frustrating that he accuses me of attacking, as it is frustrating that he ignores, if he's doing that, my answers to that, which I already provided, which are telling the truth and upholding sort of discursive justice does not comprise an attack. Yeah. Having an opinion and voicing it publicly is not an attack. And it can be presented more or less attackily, right? So it's like, it's true that I don't like his media. I don't find him funny, and I don't find his music bad, but I don't find it good either, right? So the thing is, I want to know what his reveal is. He claimed it to be a reveal. What exactly did he state? Here's what I'm revealing. I want to know that bit, because that's the thing that I had an NI moment about, which turned out to be completely off base, probably, right? No, I really would rather not, Master Bobby, but because you probably had something in it that got them pulled down. I mean, when I was watching your stream, and you were going through those like video chat things. I don't know how much full frontal male nudity YouTube's gonna say, oh, that's an acceptable amount of rat feces in my sandwich, you know. I'd like to point out, he tried to criticize your hospitality, yet when KP and I were guests on his channel, is KP Karma's Pimp? He harassed us regarding you. Well, or you mean, was it Lou? His reveal is why. I said here, turns out I was duped. I initially thought he was being genuine and sincere with you. Oh. So what Oliver Lionhand says here is seconded and reinforced by what Bobby is saying. That his reveal is, in fact, that he's been purposefully misrepresenting himself to me for a long time in order to gain my trust so that he could betray it for whatever his own purposes are. So that's not a reveal, that's like a confession, right? But that's just confession. That's not better than everything falling apart from what he anticipated. It's like when I said to Kimberly, like, listen, you have borderline personality disorder. And she said, no! I said, look, the other alternative is you're willfully and choose to be emotionally abusive. And she's like, yes, I choose that one. That's not better. Right? He's trying to get 3 to address the drama on 3 EHPs on 3. He's trying to get us to address the drama on the 3 EHP's recent video. Did you address them? Did you address it? Well, I mean, he did put on an act, but it mostly makes me feel like, I guess, embarrassed for him, or I can't watch that. This I cannot watch this. Them pulling bodies from this mangled wreck, I guess. I just can't watch it. I suspect he just despised you as soon as he saw you. Either that or this is a narrative to save face for himself after getting his feelings hurt by you saying his media was bad. Something else? I mean, look, I assume it's constructed. Like, well, put it this way. If he did all this to fool me, why has he chosen to devote so much of his life to tricking a random, a small YouTube channel, basically, mine is pretty small, guy that nobody's ever heard of? Why wouldn't he trick somebody famous? I mean, Jeff Shaw, I am a broad target. That's true. So there's a lot to shoot at. And if you don't care whether you hit where you're aiming, as long as you hit something, then it's true that you can take a lot of pot shots at me. To say that I'm weak is insane. It's... If I were weak, you wouldn't still be here. You'd have destroyed the place by now, probably. You'd have ruined it and gone on your merry way. You'd have sown discord with your NI bullshit. You'd have successfully scored points. I'd not have responded. And you wouldn't be drawn back here again and again to attempt again and again to do what you again and again failed to do. If I were actually weak, you wouldn't still be here. None of us would. I fought war after battle after battle after war. At sea, in the air, and on the land. From 2014, 15-ish through now. And I've not won every single battle, but no correct person would call me weak as a YouTuber. In fact, every correct person would call me intimidating as a YouTuber. That's why what happened today happened so rarely. Now you could say, well, it's actually, Eric, because you're just not likable. People don't like you, so that's why it doesn't happen very often. You talk to other typology people. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll buy that. That's a perfectly good, alternate explanation. I'm not. It's not like I'm not subject to impersonation, and it's also the case that I have a 3/4 size guitar. I don't even have a full size guitar. So, you're right. I am not a gearhead. I do have 2 good mics, which really helped with the Wendy Whippet song. You know, it's like I stereo mic'd Rachel's vocals, and they sounded a lot more like full. Also, because I've only got a couple of instruments in there, keep it, you know, lean in terms of different elements. I was able to mix it, and I'm very pleased with the mix and master of that, actually. Which surprised me because I thought it was going to be a little lean on the bottom end because it doesn't really have any true bass. It's got piano that's kind of sitting right between guitar and bass. So, and then I've got a scratching part that kind of fills up the bottom end a bit. And the kick comes through nice and clear. So it also allowed me to fatten up the bottom end of Rachel's voice a little bit. And get an electric already. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm poor, you know. I don't have a lot of money to spend on things. I never seem to buy objects. I always buy. Well, I mean, I have plenty of money to spend on things, but I spend it on like weed and whippets and shit. That's the thing. It's like I live approximately at my means because I'm taking advantage of this situation to be able to survive on less income than I ever really had before. But yeah, I should, for sure. This is an SE problem, okay? If you are SE8, SE7, you have problems with buying things that aren't habits of buying. It's difficult to pull the trigger and make a decision and say, I'm getting this guitar now, I've needed it for a long time, I'm going to do it, I have a little bit of money set aside for it right now, I'm going to do it. And part of the problem is, for me, it's like, well, if I'm going to buy a Mia, I want to buy a really good Mia, or a really cheap Mia, and nothing in between. I already have a cheap Mia. So, well, I do feel kind of glad that at least we've got one party in here legit saying, saying that he did a good impression of me, or at least got the gestures down. Good for him, you know. I'm not worried about people doing impressions of me. I'm flattered that people think I'm important enough to do an impression of. I don't have a Club ENTP impression. I do have a Jordan Peterson impression. Well, I mean, had anybody ever asked me prior to this moment, not that anybody ever did, do you think that guy ever creates anything that's successful at all? I would have said, yeah, I'm sure he has some stuff that's okay, you know. I don't think he's just got absolutely nothing hits ever, right? I'm sure some of his stuff hits a little bit. It's just, from my perspective, with humor, you've got to have a nearly 100% hit rate, or else, or be able to have this kind of not hit but not fail ground that you can land in, or else you're going to drive me away very quickly. I can't persist through very many bad jokes before I'm done. And they've got, you know, I do have a pee bucket. That's true. I am very transparent about certain things. Including that I pee in a bucket because, well, it's easier. It's really, well, because it's so well suited for its purpose. It's chamber pot that I have here, and it's easier to pee in than the sink, which is kind of far back from the edge of the counter. So I have to kind of stand on my tippy toes a little bit. Or double my penis length, maybe. Maybe if I doubled my penis length, I'd be able to reach the sink better. I have to go. Running boxes here. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Guys, Jeff Shaw has a phobia of foxes, so please don't bring any foxes around when Jeff Shaw's here. It causes them to break out into hives. Or, if I could reliably expect myself to maintain a shooting distance all the way through the urination from the start to the finish at a constant rate of pressure, I could stand way back over here and just pee into the sink. Like shooting the clown's mouth to make the balloon blow up at the carnival with a water gun. Unfortunately, my old prostate won't allow me to competitively participate in pee projecting events any longer. It's a little hit and miss. Sometimes it's a nice strong flow, sometimes it's a little bit hesitant, a little shy. My prostate's a little shy and relaxing. Take care, okay? Okay, I will take care. I will take a lot of care. And I tell you what, you take care and give some care. And I'll try to give some care and take some care as well. They're like, care is a lot like a penny. Where is this FJ thing coming from? To drop 3K or more, it's a bit much, especially if you're a random twiddler and not super into it. Who's dropping 3K into what? I'm not dropping $3,000 into anything. If somebody'd like to drop $3,000 into me, that'd be fine. I do accept donations of $3,000, and in exchange, you will receive a transubstantiated bong rip, and when I eventually get around to it, a personalized thank you note. Or my death, whichever comes first. I don't want to make any promises I'm not going to keep. No, you can't buy my dishonesty. It's like, that's one of those things that's basically what happened there, right? Is he tried to buy my dishonesty with affirmation. You can't buy it. You cannot buy my dishonesty with money, affirmation, or anything else. One could conceive of a situation, or I can conceive of a situation. I can conceive of myself having made a mistake and coming to view it as such after the fact, but it would have to be something really out of left field that I hadn't considered before, because I feel myself extremely well defended against corruption from all angles, because I'm very precise in my process. So if you don't care about outcomes, you just care about process, you can feel pretty comfortable about your uncorruptibility, provided you feel confident that you've gotten all the specs down necessary about the process. Now, I know process is going to completely encompass every possible reality that might manifest as it presents to you. In other words, you might have accounted for large mammals but you'd forgotten to include hippopotamuses because you're in the water now, and you take into account large mammals. In fact, that's why you headed into the water, where your natural vulnerability to large mammals over, say, reptiles or birds for some reason will protect you. Except you forgot to include hippos. You know, there's that thing, right? So, what was I saying? Oh, right. So occasionally, I will run my process, and it'll be very good, and blah 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 blah. And occasionally I'll fail to account for hippos or something like that. But by and large, my process has so many years of running now underneath it. I mean, not really so many. It's really since I quit drinking. So, 8 years coming up on, 9 years, something like that. CJ O'Connell says, Eric, I'm realizing it's so true about needing to not say I'm going to do something because then I won't do it. And people will always tend to ask you. People ask us all the time. And our tool function, operational value of a deliberation function, either deliberation function, I would guess, is going to make us want to answer the question rather than say the truth, which is, I don't know. What are you going to do later, CJ? Are you going to stream later? Well, CJ, the thing is, all you have to do is apply your same process now that you know the truth, right? The same process now that you know the truth will now compel you to say, when someone asks you, what are you going to do later? Are you going to stream later? To instead of going FE, people pleasing, to say, I have an operational value of not lying, so the answer is, I don't know. That's the truth. Are you going to stream later? You have no fucking idea. But it is true that you hate being constrained by words into actions. Like, the whole point about being a metaphysical actor, somebody who's taking action on the metaphysical plane in ideas and words rather than in impactful ways, is that we expect those words to remain conditional objects of analysis that exist in this turn-based reality where nothing shifts into real time. And so then when we shift back to real time, and then you're like, oh shit, they're going to apply that word work we were doing over there to over here because I said words that said make the application down to here. Because I foolishly thought I could map ahead what I was going to do by simply agreeing with somebody else. All I've done then is created for myself the impossibility of rolling on the fly, and I immediately begin to chafe underneath it because now I have a map thing that's on the map that's constraining and defining the later in ways that preclude me from using the now to think about what the later might be anymore, because now it's been determined. I do have an amp. I have an amp with speakers. I have a Marshall Blues DeVille 212. It's not working right now, but I think it's like it blew a fuse or something. It's not a big problem. It went from working fine to flip it and the light doesn't come on and nothing comes on. It just doesn't come on at all. What exactly happened there? I don't know, but usually if it's a problem like that where it's working, and now all of a sudden it's just completely broken, well, something needs to be replaced, right? It doesn't look like a particularly complicated machine from an electronics perspective. It doesn't have a circuit board in it or anything. It's a tube amp. So what exactly could be broken that couldn't be fixed rather than make me have to get a new amp? I don't know. Because that amp remarkably, that Blues DeVille 212 that I got, the year I got and everything, the exact one I have, is it's like the FJ Cruiser, Toyota FJ Cruiser. It's retained its value unusually well. So that amp is worth what I paid for it when I bought it new. Still, of course, that amount of money was more back then than it is now because it was a good 25 years ago. But maybe even 26 or 27 years ago, probably. So, five or $600 was more then than it is now in terms of, like, nowadays it seems like you turn around and suddenly the bill here is running to $500 for this minor thing. They run up to $1,000 or whatever. It used to be like, okay, well, this is a big expense. You got to really think about this. I didn't really think about it. I just went into the Guitar Center and I played through amps that were in the amount of money I brought's range. No, I'm pretty sure, CJ, I will go ahead and say I'm as certain as I can be without actually typing in that he's an ENTP. Now, granted, I can think of an example. Well, 212's not that big. Two 12-inch speakers isn't that big. It's big enough that I never don't have enough. It's never the case that I can't pump enough air for anything that I'm going to be doing. But it's also small enough that I can. It doesn't have to. It has to be a certain amount of loudness before it's like fully on, really. And that amount is not too loud with this amp. It is possible, CJ. Look, well, let me put it this way. There was this guy named Sauce, bearded guy from Scotland, ENFP. Okay. When he and I were ideating and not TIing at all, and just riffing off each other, we were indistinguishable. It was like you could not tell the difference. It looked the same, ENFP and ENTP, when he and I were both like playing riffing jokey things with different characters and stuff. And there wasn't any kind of discussion of ideas going on. With him anyway, it looked exactly the same as it did in me. So I'm not completely eliminating the possibility that CJ is an ENFP. But I've watched him operate his streams enough to feel very confident that he's not. And the thing is, what he was talking about there, this thing he says, Eric, I'm realizing it's so true about needing to not say I'm going to do something because then I won't do it. It's terrible though, because I want to be someone who keeps their word. And he resonated with my explication of the matter and whatnot. I think that has to do with FI polar combined with SE8. That's going to be expressed a lot less severely, if at all, in ENFPs accordingly. Because the reason we don't know, the reason I don't know whether I'm going to stream later, or whether I'm going to meow later, or whether I'm going to whatever later, is because I don't know what I want. And it turns out what I want is always like, well, when I started streaming, at that moment, I wanted to start streaming. And what I want is to retain a universe that preserves my ability to abruptly change what I'm doing or not, as I see fit, when I see fit, without any consequences. So it's like I'm imagining ridiculous, impossible world where Eric does what he wants, when he wants, all the time, and other people are supposed to come, like, appreciate how wonderful and useful Eric doing what he wants all the time is, and somehow Eric's supposed to get money for that. It's like, what? What universe did you grow up in, Eric? Well, it's not like I really expect it, per se. Like, it's not like I'm saying anybody else is obligated to provide that for me. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like that reality check. Speaking of, like, map crises and reality checks, right? I don't like that reality check. That reality check bugs. It's like, but I don't want it. I don't want them. No. Oh, hi, Fashion. Very Tiffany. I wanna do that shit is what I want to do. So that's what I'm doing now. All of a sudden, full blast, I'm doing that. Wow, Eric, you really got into Minnie's Club. Why? Why that? What? That happened because that happened. Why do you think things happen? Oh, you mean doing? That thing? No. Doing only exists in the past tense, okay? I've done a bunch of things. I did things. I have done things. I had done things. I has done things. But we gotta get rid of the future tense for the verb do, okay? We're gonna get rid of this will do stuff. I will do meow, I will do meow. Just get rid of that future tense entirely. Throw it right out the window into the garbage can of yesterday, where all my other doings exist. This is the thing. If you are SI instead of NI, it's kind of the case that all your doings exist in the past. All of your doings are piling up behind you as relevant and informative bits of data about reality, etc. Yesterday's garbage can, which you threw in today's garbage can this morning, and then sent into the future tomorrow, where it's picked up, retrieved from the future, empty, and thereby got ahead of the game by a day. The thing is, I did not grow up in any California universe. I grew up in an ESTJ's house where I had a lot of chores to do, you know? And I had to, come on, son, we're going to the desert this morning. Oh, fuck. It's like Saturday morning. Going to the desert means I have to get at like 5 a.m. and get in the car, and then we go through Jack in the Box. That's the one good part of it. I get to have Jack in the Box breakfast. And then I have to sit in the car and just sit there in the car until we get to Hesperia, which is like, you know, an hour away. And I know the route like the back of my hand now, because we go over there all the time to deal with the properties we have up there. And, you know, my dad being an ESTJ meant that until he was, you know, past retirement age, it was basically like, why would we pay somebody to do something we can do ourselves, you know? And so we had no property managers. I was Eric the painter, Eric the maintenance guy, Eric the whatever, even though I was a kid. I was whatever task they could get me to do and not fuck up. My dad was forever going, oh my God, Eric. Sorry, Dad. You're not paying attention. I was like, I paint this area here with the wrong color paint or something, you know, because I'm not really paying that much attention. I'm just like thinking about swords and magic and playing with my dolls in my head, and all of a sudden I painted some fucking trim that's supposed to be this color. I painted it like the main color instead, and now we have to and God damn it. You just picture my dad. It's so And this feeling of me like, oh God, I fucked up again. God damn it, Eric! That's what I mean, son. You're not paying attention. Well, if I had known what I know now then, I would have said, I am paying attention. I'm just extrovertedly intuiting inside my head. Since I have no way to actually extrovert it in any meaningful sense where it would be heard, and I'm used to being an only child. So I have pretend audiences too in my head. I used to think all the time about, like, I'd pretend like I was presenting things to people, explaining things to people. Explaining things to groups of people. Would be how I, because when my friends weren't able to play or weren't home or whatever, and I was home, well, there were time periods usually after school where we all went to our own respective houses, and then we stayed there for some period of time, and then depending on the time of year and other things, sometimes we'd go out and meet and play for a little while in the later afternoon. It was like homework time or whatever, I guess. My parents weren't home from work yet, as many of the kids' parents weren't during that time period. But we all went into our houses like we were supposed to, and during those times, I would like just like float around the backyard playing with these little like these things that you can make into spaceships by by, and then some of the middle parts of the leaf will fall out and make a little gap, and I'd just be out in the backyard just. And then I'd imagine myself like giving a presentation on the spaceship to a group of people who were very impressed by my explanations. And that's like, and here I am living the dream. Here it is. I am living the dream. I finally got to realize the reality, concretization of my pretend world that I used to live in all the time. The pretend world where I explain things to people and they listen to me admiringly. if you think like type's not implicit, that it's somehow a function of your environment or something, that's insane, right? How, even as a little kid, I was fantasizing about explaining things to people as they listened admiringly and made affirming comments. Even when I was just explaining some nonsense about this spaceship I designed, quote unquote, by taking one of those things. I wish I knew what they were called, or what kind of tree it is. It makes these little potty things, right? That's actually made up of a bunch of little flowers. Eventually they become all brown, and then you just touch them and they fall apart. When they're green, you can out little chunks of rings of it to make it have little gaps, little spaces, I explained to the people who were listening, I'd explain to them that those spaces served important roles in making this the fastest and most powerful ship in the galaxy or whatever. This boy is right. This young boy is smarter than all of us and more right than all of us. And he clearly knows the most about spaceships. Let's have him design all our spaceships from now on. Yay! Everybody applauds, Oh, that's funny. It's just like, we are so our types. CJ is an incredible mediator, I agree, and I am not much of a mediator, I agree. And propensity to mediate versus Piao Piao is not really linked to cognitive functions, except to broadly say it's a different defense mechanism towards an FI trigger of some sort, right? So when CJ is mediating, he's still trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do, but with his is a much better strategy if you're going to evaluate them by effectiveness. So what we're both trying to do is mediate the emotional atmosphere of the group. If someone's being argumentative and pushbacky and stuff, I'm trying to shut that shit down by saying, no, you're wrong, and meow, 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 meow. Of course, generally, that's as likely to escalate as it is to actually shut it down. CJ's approach is, I'm trying to make them reasonable by showing them what reasonable looks like, and trying to and making it increasingly difficult for them to sustain unreasonability in the face of such reasonableness. That was the approach that Obama thought he could get away with as a president. It's great for a YouTuber. I don't think it's the right approach for a president to take, but whatever. That's not the point. I don't mean to critique your qualifications as president, CJ. That would not be fair to me. You're not old enough yet, so you're going to have to wait a few years. Regardless, if CJ does become president, I'm sure he will be a much more informed president than as an ENTP than Obama was, because he will have heard me say this, and he's thereby done some that functioned as a any stuff off of which he ideated various things and links back to himself and stuff for years along all various cognitive function lines, is going to make anybody more qualified to take on the role of leader than anybody else, because the leader should be the one who both understands best and concretizes almost least consciously, right? Like, a good leader does what he has to do when he has to do it, and it's also the case that a good leader is principled. A person of character is on the side of good versus and opposed to evil, righteous and open to being corrected and stuff like that, right? So it's a tough combination of things to get, because generally people will either do too much expecting to provide too little justification, or justify too much expecting too much reasonableness out of their opponents. Well, thanks, Bobby. I'm glad that you feel satisfied by that. But I refuse. I hate the fact that it's so catchy. I don't think it's fair to CJ to call him an Obama ENTP, okay? I do not think that's fair to, just because Obama played out like Obama played out, it's going to poison that strategy unfairly. It wasn't a good strategy for a president at that moment in history, okay? It could have been during the era of good feelings or something, but it wasn't at that moment in history. That doesn't mean it's a bad way to be an ENTP, okay? And I think, unfortunately, if you call him an Obama ENTP, that a lot of people are going to see it as like a shittier form of a good ENTP. So I don't think that's a good name for it, okay? I don't think we should use that name. But I'm glad it helped you feel like you grokked the whole thing. That's cool. Are you an ENTP? Yeah. Well, what? I'm an Obama ENTP. Ooh, the ones with all the pus? Yeah. Ew. Never mind, Dan. I thought you were a regular ENTP. No, I'm an Obama ENTP. Heyo. Are you Ed McMahon, Ryan S.? Is that your Ed McMahon imitation? Type is both liberating and extremely egalitarian. It's like, if I ever think I'm extraordinary, I just have to look at every other actual ENTP. They're exactly the same. It's like, I remember sometimes people accuse me of either being an NE subtype of an ENTP or a TI subtype of an ENTP. I mean, the thing is, it's like ENTPs from totally different places across the world will come up with the same jokes even sometimes because of this weird combination of 4-5 epistemology, polar deliberation, subjective, and absolute valued but ignored universally holistic truth stuff, you know? It's like, as the world becomes more uniform, right? Like, information fluidity is made such that one's perception of the broad frame of the world is not subject to gradual broadening in the way that it was prior to widespread information fluidity. If I lived in 1722 or whatever, I could broaden myself and my understanding of the world and the frame that I was in by reading or by traveling. And if I was lucky enough to have such parties in close proximity, maybe a conversation with somebody smart. So, probably not, though. Now we don't have to. We're already in the biggest frame right away in early childhood. We don't have to learn about how the frame of the world varies from different perspectives, because before we're 1 year old, we've probably seen such a splay of different kinds of expressions of human individuals, cultures, etc. If we're metaphysical types, we've absorbed all that stuff. If we're physical types, it's bounced right off us probably. And then, much of, in both instances. Not all of. But, for example, is another one I can add to the Rubin list. I'm going to call it the Rubin list. I hope Rubin doesn't mind if he's still here, I don't know. The Rubin list is if something's called a Rubin word is a word that is strongly associated with a given function in a slot or potentially a type. So, Rubin words for SI polar are usually meow. I forget which ones he put down before. And my Rubin words for ENTP, or specifically NEDOM, were, in other words, on the other hand, additionally, but I should have, instead of additionally, I should have put for example. That would be, I'm going to take away additionally, because it should be 3. You should have sets of 3 Rubin words. Rubin words are like what is it, Renin dichotomies? You said usually, typically, normally. Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are great Rubin words for SI backstack, but particularly polar. Or you could just say in general, unconscious SI expresses as usually, typically, normally. And NEDOM, in other words, on the other hand, for example. Because, for example, is the ENTP or ENFP, presumably, bringing their abstract things back to their own personal experience and concrete knowledge function in a way that makes it conscious rather than a function of communication or something, just like that. What's the Canadian apology? Your Reuben words are, if that makes sense. Oh God. Oh, you, let's see. I don't know. We'll call those Oliver words. You get it bad. Your words get named for something bad, though. Oliver words are words that trigger your type because of their implicit function bias. So I hate it when people say, if that makes any sense. Because it just makes me want to say, if you're not sure, why did you say it? You know? It's just so obviously like FE over TI. I was like, oh, stop it. You know it made perfectly good sense. I'm not threatened by your sense making. You don't need to pad your correctness with pretend uncertainty. I can handle it in all of its fully correct glory. The Dodgers did not play today, I believe. Did I understand a single word you said? Is that what you say, or is that what triggers you? I don't know. Is that an Oliver word or a Reuben word? An Oliver word for me is, if that makes any sense. Performative, yeah. Well, it's you're doing a little pre-sweeping. Let me anticipate that that there's I want to be careful to not assert a status of knowing more than the other guy in order to preserve our equality status-wise in this conversation. You know, no offense to people using the phrase because it can be tempting to use. What about no offense? Is no offense another phrase that I'd put in no offense in the same category as if that makes any sense? No offense is short for no offense intended. But it just sounds like what I say. Like, no damage. It's fine. You're fine. It's like saying you're fine, right? No offense. Well, I'm the one who determines if I'm offended, not you. And since you left off the intended, what triggers you, an Oliver word. We'll call them Ollie words, okay? So or we can call them liver words. Let's call them liver words. I think Oliver word is too many syllables. I think we're going to have to call them liver words. But it's with an apostrophe, so we know it's apostrophized from Oliver originally, okay? Anyway, liver words, no offense, is a liver word for Oliver, okay? I'm not going to lie, honestly, if I'm being honest, you're right. You weren't being honest before. I'm not lying this time. Hey, I know, forget about the past. Forget about what I usually do, okay? That's not important right now. What's important is that I'm not lying this time. This seems to be implied by I'm not gonna lie, honestly, or I'm being honest, or hey, you know how I normally lie? Well, this time I'm not lying. It makes me feel as though they have the default backwards, right? Take a hike, pal. Does anybody ever say that? Does anybody ever say that to anybody? Take a hike, pal? Okay. I agree, Oliver Linehan. When people write the word period, followed by a period, after a period, it's annoying. That's fair. Well, Oliver, that's one way to interpret it. Like, no, you don't just get to declare finality. Another way to interpret it is you only need to use one period at the end of a sentence. You're just being redundant. You didn't have to say period. I heard the period in your phrasings. You need to listen to me. I'd probably do that. I probably do that, Drew. Are you an ENFP? For some reason, I think you might be. I don't really know. Well, CJ doesn't like it either. And next is Ix. Just can't stand people. He wins. You do. Type in period with a period at the end. Yeah, but if you feel like being a hipster with your use of the jargon, you might be like, if you're fully into all the deep knowledge and the jargon, you probably just call them liverworts, and then someone goes, "What? Oh, all liverworts. Sorry. We veterans have our own shorthand. I am an INFP, fuck off. Okay, cool. You were there before it sold out. I was. Some people are bothered by the use of the word literally. Rachel has noted that she watches this British show, I guess. It's like a British dating show. Or British reality show. And has noted that British people use the word literally all the time, or very frequently, but they don't use it to mean figuratively, like Americans do. So they just literally use the word literally when they mean things literally, even though, as with telling the truth, that really ought to be the default. You should note when you're being figurative, not when you're being literal. But I get it. Sometimes you want to stress that, hey, this is so outrageous a claim. You may believe I mean it figuratively, but literally, I meant what I said. And those words, what they mean, you can take as a statement that I affirm. I say literally too, sometimes. And sometimes it's necessary, right? If it's not, and it's going to be most necessary, CJ, for you and me. Because we are somebody who's going to make some claims that people, it's like, you might say something, somebody might react to it as though it were figurative, even though they haven't misinterpreted it, because we tend to underestimate the amount to which their emotional calculations are at play. We might have to very fairly often say, no, I literally mean that. But regardless, we all have our little language quirks. I say honestly sometimes too, because it is true that the process is one of being honest with oneself. Sometimes I head down the wrong turn for a second and I go, well, it seems to me that blah, 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 blah. But you know what? Actually, honestly, and I realize that I have come up with some examples that pop into my head that contradict what I'm saying, right? So it is true that what I'm doing is exercising the process of being honest with myself about myself. And so in that regard, it's it doesn't actually imply that normally I'm dishonest or anything. But that's separate from, I guess, well, I have some idioms like, to be completely honest, right? Like, okay, well, that makes some sense, right? Because then it is possible to be incompletely honest without being dishonest. No offense, but I'm honestly, literally serious. Period. I think I'm gonna use that as a short, CJ. I have like, oh, no offense, but I'm honestly, literally serious. Period. What? I think we're out of almond milk. Yeah, people just use it as a habituated, like, idiomatic expression. I think that would be a really successful short. Uh, it's like, hey, hi, freshman. Hi, Tiffany. Look, listen. Hold on a second. Listen. I think that Tiffany always says, hold on a second. By things that are very straightforward, you know? Like, she's being told that she sleeps at Perry's house. Hold on a second. Even though she just woke up there, right? Shit like that makes me laugh. Anyway, thank you for retracting that. I appreciate it. People come up with reasons for what they do, but truly they do not know why they really did what they did. We rarely know our whys. I said thank you for removing that. That's too vulgar. It's going in the vulgarity trash can, okay? It's just, I removed it. And I know you're going to say, Eric, how can I figure out where your standards are here? You might very well make that same joke yourself. Why you're moving? It's timing, dude. I don't know. It's the mood of the room, you know, at the moment in which the thing is said. But I do appreciate the fact that you included Garfield's, because it does make me think of lasagna. And today is Monday. Mondays. You know what they say about Mondays? Well, I mean, I do censor some people. The issue isn't whether or not I control the discursive environment to some extent and police it to some extent. I should do it and must. The issue is on under what criteria do I police it? And the thing is, I don't police things or prevent stuff that's just engaged honestly, no matter how critical it is. So I definitely do censor some people. But the thing is, if you have a YouTube channel, and you are not approving all the spam, you too are censoring people. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? When things are vulgar, when things are garish. Yeah, that's a pretty good comeback, Master Bobby. Hey. Don't you call me an Obama NTP. Correct words can be attacks, sure. But the thing is, it's okay to attack me and score hits where I'm vulnerable intellectually, because I consider my understanding of things to be a continual work in progress. Yeah, you just fucking coined the term, Bobby. You coined the term. You're on a roll lately. You also coined the term B double P face for baby pig poop face, which is pretty big, and I used it in a song. So it's like, wow. You're like, hey, look at this. I made a big impact with my words. Congratulations. It's pretty gratifying. I should know. I've made a few such impacts myself in my life. No, and that's where I was going with that, Alex. Thank you for getting me back on track. I consider certain kinds of attack legit if it plays by the rules. So even if I know the person's motivated by attacking me, if it plays by the rules and says something that has legitimacy or warrants or something, or continues to make some attempt at least a show of discursive legitimacy, then it gets to stay, because I wouldn't want to. You have better to let 100 guilty people go free than convict one innocent, or 10, whatever your ratio is you want to make it. I would hate to actually be guilty of censoring somebody because I didn't like how what they said that was legit made me look bad. That's never okay, in my opinion. Like, there are occasions when I fuck up. I rely on that mechanism of correction because I'm very... Look, you can't see any of my arms. You don't know if I have arms. I might not even have arms. Do you see what I'm saying? Are you concerned now? Now you're starting to wonder, did he ever have arms? Have I ever actually seen his arms? I literally, figuratively, have no arms. Oh, I have arms. I blew it. I showed this my magic trick. The magic trick was, and you guys probably couldn't figure it out, but it turns out my arms were actually just out of frame. Oh no, my SI isn't strong enough to establish object permanence. You were surprised by the reappearance of my arms, weren't you, Self-Help Lounge? You know, what happened is when I brought my arms back into frame, Self-Help Lounge erupted into an irrepressible baby's giggle. And that's when he realized, oh my God, I'm really SI-polar. Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is, I know that most of you are tuned in here primarily because, unlike the vast majority of YouTubers or people, I mean, unlike almost every single person on the planet, I, Eric, feature not one, but 2 arms. And this allows me to grasp things like this that I can't fit in one hand. And probably none of you are able to do that. So, I do understand there are advantages to your one arm from the center of the chest design, but I'm here to represent this, what I consider, progress of the design of the body into this 2-armed form. Because what you'll see is that, unlike you one-armed people, I can hug myself. And that's the story of 2 arms. The story of two arms, a parable about kindness, justice, and God's love. How is that a parable? Shh, just go with it. I'm Benny Hinn. I'm just saying nonsense words and everyone's like, hooray! Benny Hinn just says nonsense words. He's, and the Father, whose holy light is the Father's light, be the Father and the Holy Spirit, and you are received. What did he just say? Oh, Benny Hinn. Benny Hinn, you are such a silly, silly, magical healer. You know, like Benny Hinn, he has these big things, and sometimes he's just like, magically healed, magically healed, magically healed. And people are falling over left and right because the power of his magical healing bursts from his hand, you know. It's amazing. And when you actually listen to what he's saying, he just seems to be picking words that are sort of Bible related and just stringing them together. And when Abraham, forgiveness, Christ, the Lord, Father, Holy Kingdom, light and power. Did he say something? Did he say? Did that mean anything, or am I the only one who's failing to process the meaning here? Moon, Jesus, Sarah, Abraham, Lamb of God, power. Lemonade and Christ combined into a refreshing drink. Retention of a stretched rubber band is only possible by a vantage not giving under the pressure of the band itself as it stretches from that position. I want you to explain that better, or I want you to tell me what you're saying there, Alec. I didn't copy and paste this evening. Oh no. It is my thing, that is my thing. Oh yeah. Rubber bands cannot be stretched by forces that would give into the growing tension of the band. Oh, I see. They have to have sturdy anchor points, is what you're saying. If you're going to stretch it around 2 points, those anchor points need to be sturdy. Sturdier than the amount of force that they pull in on the anchor points, right? Okay. And is this analogous to something? Is this where you're going? Like, are you going somewhere with this? I don't mean to be like that, but are you going somewhere with this? I'm curious where you're going with this. That is what she said. Who? The archetypal woman. This person. Yes, you can go outside if you want, computer. Trouble, get out of here. Shoot. Yeah. Standing by the door. As soon as Capita wants to go outside, he's like right there in her face. Hey there, good looking. Anyway, this lady is not going to be in her package for that much longer because she's going to be playing a role in an upcoming storyline in Mindy's Club. An important role, okay? She's going to be playing the role of the girlfriend that Brandon tries to make when his deal with Kendi doesn't really net him any benefits. So, after she's grown, though, he's trying to grow a dumb girlfriend, but instead he ends up growing basically Lady Godiva. she's naked, yes, but she's fancy naked, like Lady Godiva, and very haughty, and much too good for Brandon. And when asked why she walks around naked, her answer is, "Well, clearly nobody has provided me with my horse yet." So she's gonna have a fancy lady voice like that. Surf. She'll address Brandon as Surf. Or serving scum, maybe. Oh, serving scum! My name's Brandon. Bring me my horse! You don't have a horse. I don't have one either. And then Tiffany will say, hi, Nicolai. Hey, you want to borrow my horse? And this is how Mindy's Club storylines get written. Then they'll go visit Kevin, and there will be a scene where Brandon and Tiffany are restraining Kevin as Lady Godiva climbs on his back and says, "Much better, Lady Tiffany. You have a fine steed, this Kevin of yours." I know, he's great, right? Just remember, he loves oranges. He wants to eat giant oranges. Eric and Club E&P need to donate to me any amount of time equivalent to the increased time I spent on my machine learning homework due to their distraction. Machine learning homework? That sounds like machine work to me. Shouldn't the machine be doing that? Why are you doing the machine's learning for it, CJ? Oliver, I mean. One of Tiffany's running jokes is anytime anybody, she never called anybody except Mindy by the right name. So, she calls Mr. Suit, or Guy Suit is his name, Mr. Suit. She calls Perry Fishman. She calls Duck Girl Chicken Lady. She calls Randall Kevin and successfully gets him renamed. And she calls Perry Fishman, and she calls Sasquatch Squashed Cat. And anytime she's corrected, she always mishears it as something similar. So, for example, "Oh, hi, Fishman. My name's Perry, Tiffany. We go over this every morning." That's a very good morning. Right? She heard Perry, she heard morning, she just put it together. "This is a delicious brand of almond milk." She's not so much mildly retarded as constantly drunk or hungover briefly before she pours her morning almond milk. And the thing is, sometimes the almond milk she's drinking, this hasn't really been revealed yet, but it's something I've thought already. Sometimes the almond milk that she's been drinking turns out to actually be almond extract. And that's why when I get a bottle of almond, I've been planning to get a bottle of almond extract. And in fact, she says, "Well, yeah, I've been drinking these things. My mama bought them for the pantry. I've been drinking these things since I was a little kid. This is almond milk. It says so. Almond extract." That's not almond milk, Tiffany. It's just extract.
Extract's another word for milk. Wait, it's like, what do you think? That, how do you think they get milk out of a cow? They extract it. You know that stuff's like 80% alcohol, right, Tiffany? No, I don't think I write alcohol. Are you saying I'm breaking out? It's like she doesn't even know she's drinking alcohol somehow. she's just this heavy drunk who just has been stumbling through life for such a long time that it's never occurred to her that life could be anything other than an amnesic stumble of stupidity. Did somebody knock? Or is it a cat jumping down? Well, that's spelled differently. Did you knock?
No.
Oh.
Oh, that was probably trouble.
I think I have trouble jumping down, yeah. There's no guarantee the band won't snap back at them. Well, who am I being accused of stretching here? Am I stretching somebody? What's going on? Are you taking another one of those?
Yeah.
Take a whole one?
Oh, no, I'm taking a...
oh, you're taking the other thing.
The other
okay,
thing,
cool.
yeah. And I'm gonna listen from inside.
Okay, cool.
I love you.
I love you too. Did you get notified of this stream?
No.
Would you have liked me to have gone in and let you know that I started streaming when I did start? Because because I will. It's like I've heard you say sometimes like, oh, I missed it, but I'm not sure if that means I should go. Well, you know, when I know that I've used up all the notifications for sure. Actually, it's still today.
I guess I would like to know if you are going to stream because I usually like to listen to it while I'm in bed.
At the beginning of the stream, I discussed whether or not I should text you to let you know I was streaming, but of course, around Erictown, things are discussed, not actually done.
That is totally fine, and I found out anyway, so it works. I love you.
I love you too. It's the teats of a sheep. Barak. Barak is Arabic for teats of a sheep. This sheep has a nice barak. Let's prove that. Okay, so I want to know what's going on here. Like, I simply do not know what criterion I need in order to cast judgment successfully, because judgment is the act of stretching the rubber band. My judgment snap back at you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, if you want to, like, you find it difficult to, well, I mean, basically you find it difficult to impact things that you think need to be impacted in ways you think they need to be impacted without recoil. I mean, that sounds like an SE Polar thing, basically. Like, you're probably prone to under-anticipating impacts from anything that's concretized, you know? If you take if you take something from the abstract consideration plane into the actual decision-making and follow-through plane, then, even though you've ideated plenty about it, you probably haven't ideated about matters that are purely linked to impacts. Like, well, did you anticipate this impact to this thing over here that's out of your frame? Probably not. Would be my guess. So, you know, unintended impacts are something that everybody who's unconscious SE is going to be more cautious about than people who are conscious SE, I suspect. And polar SE is going to be most cautious about unintended impacts because they're going to be able to recognize the broadest scope of impacts and be able to recognize where impact they didn't intend caused harm. Meowgity, meowgity, meow. Caring about whether impacts you didn't intend to cause harm is the difference between you and me. I don't really care. I mean, I will care when you point it out, and I'll go, oops, did I do that? I'll pull like an Urkel thing, right? But I don't care when I'm taking the action, and so once it's already happened, well, then it's already happened, and you know, all you can do is Urkel it, you know? Did I do that? Did I knock over your entire identity? You know, it's like that's the ultimate Urkel moment. Oops. Did I do that? Eric, when that happens, are you sacrificing the value or oblivious to it? Well, put it this way. The story of Club EHP is highly informative about what happens when I use my feelings at all. The reason he didn't get typed out properly the first time was because I was prioritizing my absolute F values over T values, which are operational. And he seemed so nice and pleasant, and so, you know, what do I want to shit in his soup for right now? I just just let him roll where he wants to and let him have fun or whatever. So soleus muscles. I don't know what one's soleus muscles are. When I allowed myself to, for whatever reason, my personal interests or just general pleasant feeling of the pleasantness of the mood, not wanting to spoil it or some sort of FE thing like that, played a role in my failing to do the job I was there to do when I first had a chance to type that guy. Well, you can see how it blows up double worse, right? It just blows up double, triple, quadruple worse. The mood of the room at the time. Like, he seemed happy. I found it not unpleasant. Rachel and I seemed to be welcomed there. When we met with him on Zoom that time. So in that instance, it's like, what I mean by the room is, it seemed like everybody present was comfortable and happy, and he was giving me lots of FEQs saying, don't push too hard here, let me be comfortable and happy. And because it was kind of a hybrid thing, in other words, I was only sort of officially there to type him. It was sort of a conversation. It wasn't really clear in certain ways, or at least it didn't feel like a regular typing session where I'm more business-like, right? Which is no doubt partially why he wanted me to go to his space. He wants me to go to Zoom because he can better control because it makes me have to. It puts me in the position of a guest, and I'm going to be somewhat less. I make somewhat more of an effort to not negate harshly in that environment. When I'm in that role, right? So when we talk to when we talk again, that Joe guy and me goes to view, and it's for his meow, and I'll do it the way he wants to do it, then I'll behave somewhat differently than I did in today's interview, which I knew was me recording it, even though he thought it was a pre-conversation or whatever, with his knowledge and assent, of course. But, and I'm publishing it for my channel, which made me cringe at myself some on multiple occasions today, because I was too... I didn't pace it well in terms of length of my answer after his question, so to give him space to give another answer. I will do a much better job of that next time, because it bugged me watching it today. I was mad at myself. I was like, that's not good, Effie. Each of these answers is too long. There's a certain kind of ratio of question to answer length that NI pops as an interview that you need to try to uphold. Eric, is what I'm telling myself, as I'm watching this thing. You're failing to uphold it here, because at that moment I was feeling very spewy, and partially because I let the fact that, okay, well, we're this now, instead of being a conversation about, like, why do we need to have a conversation about the conversation we're going to have? I don't understand that. But regardless, I let that factor change, perhaps let me let go of the reins a little bit more than I normally would have or should have, and I didn't like the way it looked, and I don't like the way it played, and I want to fix it. Because I hate those kind of FE mistakes, and I make them all the time when I'm switching FE lanes. So it's like I have to make sure I SI it, like when I talk to Joe next time, I will have spent time living with the sting of having been awkward and feeling as though I was, and I will not watch that video again. I will never watch that video again, because it makes me cringe at myself, and I don't like to do that. So I will do a much better job next time of crafting my answers to make the best piece of interview media it can, rather than to provide the most explication of things I can within a reasonable length of time, which was kind of what I did today. Why is it difficult? Thanks, Ruben, but I suspect it's actually an overuse thing from ramping up too quickly after not running for a while. My mother had this issue, and it developed into Achilles tendonitis, which sucks. You know what really sucks, Oliver, is that your mother didn't learn from her own lesson and hold you by some other part of your body when dipping you into the river Styx. If she had held you by, say, your big toe, you wouldn't be subject to Achilles heel injuries. You'd be subject to big toe injuries instead. Just be glad she didn't hold you by your penis, I guess. At least that's protected. Weakness of FE3 chronic. Yeah, it is a bit of a chronic weakness. In other words, as I said in a stream earlier, it's not difficult to fool me once, because I operate under the assumption that we're all honest and reasonable people, engaging with each other in basically honest ways. And one ends up in life, whether they choose it or it just happens, I don't know, whatever, but one ends up in life either defaulting towards being in a way that makes you vulnerable but makes you open, or defaulting in a way that keeps you protected but makes you inaccessible. Well, you make a good point there, Alec T. You are correct that the pre-interview made it such that the video that will end up on his channel will be better than it would have been because of the pre-interview process. But I am pretty sure that he didn't anticipate simply having that conversation and me recording and publishing it, because we weren't supposed to record and publish it. If we hadn't recorded and published it, I wouldn't have watched it. I wouldn't have noted it. I didn't note it real time. I didn't note it until I watched it. So he didn't anticipate me even recording it. So it's like, even if it is the case that the pre-interview conversation was a good idea, it still doesn't make any sense, except in this particular instance for me, rather than as a general rule. Except insofar as it's a good idea to run through something ahead of time and encounter mistakes you don't anticipate so that you can resolve them ahead of time, sure. But that wasn't really a run through of anything. It was him like trying out questions. I guess it did end up like a run through. I don't know. I guess you're right, Alec. I guess you just have to acknowledge that the process of running through shit produces good data by interfacing with the dynamics of the system in ways that allow you to problem solve problems you don't even know exist yet. And that's absolutely the case, and he probably is absolutely very aware of that. So I retract what I was saying a second ago. I was wrong about that. He probably is highly aware of how that process of visiting something before you do it for real benefits. That's true. Well, I mean, the thing is, I can note myself in the same instance I am myself, like I just did, right? I said, that's true. Wait, no, check that. And then I note, oh, I'm using TI here. But I can't note myself in a function that's not in my configural prime, right? Like your 1, 2, your ego block, whatever you want to call it, defines how you approach things and also how you fail at every other cognitive function. So, in other words, to be TI operational means I'm going to, when I err, I'm going to err on the side of explicating too much at the expense of being perceived as interesting or likable, rather than on the side of being too likable and not being clear enough. That's implicit to the attentional configuration, right? That since I'm using TI as an operational value, yeah, embarrassing does serve to teach lessons. That's for sure. And I've been spending the entire time I was not nearly as smooth as CJ starting off in terms of likable FE. No, when I start by saying you're right about what you said, then SI an example from myself that contradicts what you said, and then I correct myself by saying, actually, I don't have that position on it. That's a process of inning first, jumping ahead with my intuition, such as uninformed though it may be, that yeah, that sounds true. Then my experience providing specific examples that contradicted. Then TI processing it as an operational approach in terms of consistency, and then rejecting and correcting. So that's the sort of the ordination of what happens there in terms of attentional shifts. Well, no, look. The thing is, introvert thinking is a way in which my engagement with language is strategically pointed. So we can think of every configuration of two functions, which is the 16 types, as a strategic approach towards upholding under the prime directive, which is to say, having our maps and our territories match. And so when they don't, it creates a variety of kinds of what you might call drag, friction, noise, something like that. It's always a good thing for us to have correct maps, because we can always map at a vaguer, broader level and be right on that level. So it's never the case that there's not some zoom level of map that isn't an improvement to no map at all. Well, a TI person will intentionally check the words they're saying and the words they're hearing for consistency with, depending on where the TI is, their own experience, which includes things they've learned before and things that they've heard that person say before, and or collections of abstract constructs that they affirm consistently versus those they negate consistently, and then they'll affirm and negate accordingly. But the thing about introverted thinking is that ultimately it takes advantage of language's power to explain, to evaluate objectively words, because words are objective data. Which is why you can notice contradiction. Remember, it's me who's noticing those things. I'm noticing the contradiction. And the reason I'm an ENTP is because I consistently notice contradictions like that while also consistently putting out words. So, in some sense, it makes more intuitive sense to use TI in its natural capacity as a get function. TI's natural job is to ask questions, get information, and conclude its statuses for your own purposes. It's only the extroverted intuition part that that necessarily puts back feedback out there. So the introverted thinker will do the same kind of parsing about some external objective data called words that I will, but they might or might not put out feedback about it. Whereas because I'm an extroverted intuitor, I feel as though basically my being expresses and manifests here in the external metaphysical field. So I feel a custodial responsibility to clean up what I see as TI incorrect things. There's an operational value. It's not like I like cleaning up. It's just that I hate having a filthy park. And INTPs don't really care so much about the park, except it's where they get the things they evaluate. But they've got their own garden they're building inside their head more than I do. I'm using the public garden. That correlates to their individual position, not truth as a pure orientation, which is why not every TI person reaches pure objectiveness. No, and in fact, TI DOMs are less objective than TI tool users. TI tool users are the most objective because we're too objective. Objective is not in any way proportional with, does it in any way run parallel to good, right? Objective tells us that either this pile of data is accessible by everybody independently, that nobody has secret access to it and others are denied access, as is the case with subjective data. And it tells us that we're taking a disinterested calculus about something instead of an interested calculus. Whether or not the matter at hand is wholly appropriate for disinterested calculus, wholly appropriate for an interested calculus, or something in between, depends on what the situation is. So, by being a TI tool user, I'm saying every situation, by default, I operate as though every situation is appropriate for a disinterested calculus and no situation is appropriate for an interested calculus. So much so that in my first marriage, in my 20s and stuff, I was one of those people who would tell, I told my first wife things like, okay, you need to stop trying to use your feelings to understand things. That's the problem here. You're doing it wrong. You're being a person wrong. So obviously, that was just me projecting my operational value as an operational value on the world. I don't know what you're talking about, CJ. You are at a different part in this live stream than I am at, apparently, because your comments seem responsive to something that I don't even remember talking about or anything, and I don't know what you're talking about. So, are you talking about Master Bobby recommending the Norm Macdonald interview? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I wish I had some DMT. I wish I didn't know what was going on. You know, I really like the way that DMT turns me into Ericophany. You know, it's like it's the stupidest version of Eric there is, the one that just goes, no, you guys need to understand. It makes me all slow and retarded. I wish I did. I wish. I have none. I went to my cupboard because I'm Joe Hubbard to look for a vial of fun. But when I arrived, DMT deprived, I discovered the inside was none. Yeah, the understanding, overstanding, through standing, withstanding. So, the problem is, you're using the wrong preposition. Ah. Why do I like that? Because it's a relief, right? To just have nothing else in front of your brain except just this one dumb idea that's making you laugh. It's a beautiful, it's a relief from being smart, I guess. You know? It's like, quote unquote, curve surfing gets a lot of love ideationally from the world. Characters in a movie that's kind of actiony or exciting or something like that might have such a character, the cool scientist guy or the cool whatever who's ahead of the curve all the time. And it's a sexy, appealing archetype. But the truth is, it's not easy to be somebody who actually more or less fits the bill. it's constantly threatening to everybody. And so, what ends up happening? I end up retreating to the things that aren't threatening to people. So much so that it's a relief in the same way that playing with dolls is a relief. There's a responsibility to this activity that I never anticipated would be here, that is here, and that I've come to fully embrace, although not always uphold. You know, it's like, by and large, anytime I start live streaming, somebody might come on and say, I'm feeling suicidal, and then all of a sudden, there's a responsibility to be responsible in your discourse, and to not to be ready at any given moment's notice to go on any discursive matter, and know that if you do harm, at least it can be justified as foreseeable but not intended, and an unavoidable part of a necessary process or something. Well, I was just talking about DMT, not specifically anything else. I would say that what makes me want to smoke weed is if stuff seems boring, it'll make it seem a little more interesting, or I'll be a little less bouncy between things, I guess. Or it'll just make me feel a little bit of I guess a little bit of that same kind of relief, but not really anymore so much. It's been a long time since weed really got me high, you know. Where's my coffee anyway? How can I not have a coffee that I know I must have made? Of course, Rachel fortunately came in and reminded me that I had something in the microwave too. My coffee. But a minute and 20 seconds is far too long for me to keep my attention on a matter like making coffee. So I'm guaranteed to forget about it most of the time, and then have to put it back in the microwave to reheat it some. And then, okay, well this time it's only 30 seconds because it's already warm at least. Maybe I'll just stand here for the whole 30 seconds, and then I'll successfully make myself a cup of coffee. Because my kind of smart means I'm so retarded, I can't make a cup of coffee. See what I'm saying? So, certain kinds of drugs relieve me from this intellectually rolling down a hill. Is what it feels like. Intellectually rolling down a hill. It's you've tripped, you start rolling down the hill. Sometimes you roll pretty smoothly and everything's going fine. Sometimes you roll, you hit some bumps and they shoot you up into the air and you hit the ground and you almost start standing up and running for a second and then you start rolling again. You're just rolling down the hill. You know, and you learn to roll better over time. But at the end of the day, it seems like I am responsible for how I engage with people. I am making a lot of points and the number one point I'm making is that language can be a powerful force of good in the world. It's the most powerful force of good we have. It's the most powerful thing that anybody can do to represent humanity well and to serve the ends of humanity well, is to communicate rather than not communicate. I mean, the thing is, I'm not responsible for what people choose to bring me. They're a rock in the hill that I'm rolling down. I can either roll around it gracefully or I can crash right into it. It's not like it's not like whether or not I'm responsible for it is particularly meaningful, except insofar as I use that as a justification to roll around it in this direction. Britney Spears, aren't you too old to get pregnant? Yeah, it's called intuitive retardation. Not being able to make a cup of coffee. That's textbook intuitive retardation. I put it in the microwave. I come back over here, start talking. I go back over there. Now it got hot, but now it's cold again in the microwave. I put it in the microwave again. I come back over here. I sit down and repeat until finally I end up with a cup of coffee. God knows how many attempts later. And that's the thing, is that there's a confusion that arises because people have either personalized particularized epistemologies or universalized epistemologies, which is to say they're either NITI, fully universalist, SITI, particularly universalist, FINI, particularly universalist, or FISI, particularly particularist. And it's those epistemology functions form implicit frames that people generally don't state or explain, and that nevertheless inform every engagement. So it's like, if I'm talking with you about something and I'm trying to convince you of something, or you're trying to convince me of something, then what is going to convince us is going to link strongly to our function bias. If we have, since I'm engaging with you externally, in other words, there's air between us, and the words are there as objects of analysis for public consumption or whatever. An individual is necessarily going to then take that data, and I kind of lost where I was going with this, but it's basically like, the data is always objective if it's words said out loud, not to yourself, okay? But the objective data might itself constitute a pile of subjective claims. So we can be objective about that pile of subjective claims because the data, a pile of claims, is external. Or we could be subjective about that pile of subjective claims. So it's almost impossible to explain, I guess, this epistemological clash without referring to the third frame of reference, which is the purpose of the communication, right? So each party has purposed the communication within their implicit frame. They either see communication as being primarily a way to get information, primarily a way to explain things, explicate things, justify things, whatever, primarily a way to catalyze action, like commands, primarily a way to interface with other people. In other words, communication as like a grooming behavior among chimpanzees. That's, yes, it has a purpose of pulling fleas, but really it's about bringing the community together or something like that. So you could think of communication as monkeys picking fleas off each other. Are they doing it because they need to do so to get rid of the fleas, or are they doing it because of social reasons? Well, on a sort of special level, they're doing it because they need to get rid of the fleas from our sort of abstract perspective. But on a personal level, they're only doing it to their friends and family members. They're not doing it to the tribe as a whole generally, unless they're especially kind. Will the West loose the legal system and just rely on individual claims, and their relevance just depends on the social hierarchy of the individual claiming them? I know. Are you asking me? Do I think that that's our destiny? That eventually we will abandon the habits of democracy that have sustained us thus far? I would say no. I don't see that happening. I see the process that always happens so long as one preserves free exchange of ideas as playing out. It's just going to take a while because we are in a transition period from a world without a truly functioning metaphysical ecosystem into a world that has one, and that's the internet. The thing is, if you're so what you're doing right there is you're using words as a deliberator would be expected to use them to get information. If you're using TI, especially since you're using words here in this environment where TI sort of operates as a modality, your TI 8th slot is kicking in automatically to ask questions to clarify, and you're getting new information with your TI questions that then you're parsing either with your feelings, probably consciously you're parsing them with your feelings, but unconsciously your TI is supporting those conclusions or warning you that maybe that one's not going to uphold externally, right? INFPs are pretty robust at both of them, and part of that is that they don't feel any need to state what they believe or anything out loud. I believe Davey from Brooklyn's our future. That's what I believe, Davey from Brooklyn. I believe you are our future. You are. You are our future and our past and our present. I believe all women, okay? I mean, I believe everybody until they give me reason not to. Generally speaking. Unless I intuit that they're lying or something. The point is, when we try to break people into groups and reduce individuals to members of those group labels, it only works when we're doing typological labels. And even then, only to a certain extent. It's not generally a good idea to... This is a tricky issue, really. I'm not even going to bite on that banana peel right there. Not anymore, but I used to. Alec T. I used to give infinite second chances, not anymore. I had to experience a few times people who legitimately, honestly approached me and said, with remorse and realizing that they'd done bad and they were not going to do it again, and then just do it again anyway, and then have the same remorse, and eventually it's like, okay, you're not capable of learning from the map as I'm mapping it to you, of behaving in a way that's tolerable to me around here. So you gotta go. Because, and that's growth for me. It's like prioritization of FI concerns. I want this to be a place I want it to be. And I also want it to be a place, also FE concerns, I also want it to be a place where other people can comfortably reside without getting attacked by a bunch of meow people, right? Who are meowing things. I remember you saying before you would never forgive those who could do wrong. Me? What? I would never forgive those who could do wrong? You mean I would never forgive everybody before they've even done anything? I've certainly never said anything of the sort. So maybe try to rephrase what you think I said, because I forgive you, but this is also over. Right, yeah. I get that approach too, Ruben. I tend to afford people too many chances. I tend to assume the best, and I'm a slow learner. I think that I can shape reality as I want to shape it. I believe in the power of me treating others as though they are equals first, and having and expecting having high expectations that are genuinely positive high expectations, not pressure filled whatever. Just like to assume that I can to treat you as though I can assume that you are a person of high character, principle, and reasonable intelligence. No matter what you look like, your age, your gender, your race, or anything like that, right? To always treat people with that as a basic default setting. And then a lot of times people will, even if I can kind of intuit ahead of time that they maybe not really like that much, they will find themselves, depending on their situation and why they get underestimated all the time, they may find it gratifying to be afforded that benefit of the doubt and try to live up to that implied expectation, because it's a conveyance of genuine respect and genuine attention that they probably haven't experienced as often as they'd like to because of heuristics. So there are lots of people in the world, including me sometimes, but I try not to, who use heuristics to determine what they know about somebody before they really engage with them at all. And so since I try not to do that, when I begin engaging with them, I begin at the same spot for everybody. And I never said I couldn't forgive Red Bar Radio. That's ridiculous. I don't feel wronged by Red Bar Radio. I don't feel like there's anything to forgive. Right? When did I ever say he wronged me in any way? I don't think he ever wronged me as far as I know. He was butthurt, you know. Said some shit, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You gotta do something to wrong me, you know? I don't even think Red Bar Radio ever even defamed me. I don't think I recall him ever even saying anything untrue about me particularly. So I wouldn't even have that complaint. Just because somebody doesn't like me or talk shit about me. I mean, Taylor, like my good friend Taylor, one of his most popular videos is titled like "Host Eric's Narcissistic Creep Scumbag" or something. You know, people talk shit sometimes. What are you gonna do about it? I don't give a fuck. People can judge for themselves. Did he call it out? I have no idea what you're talking about even. I don't give a fuck about what happened 20 whatever years. And it didn't give a fuck at the time. Beyond the scope of it being live active drama. Like right now I've got this active Clubby NDP thing. Maybe Clubby NDP thinks he's playing an outsized role in my life too. But just a speed bump. I am now past, right? As soon as I made 100 plus of those Vox Monitor episodes, just like with typing sessions. I don't remember them usually unless somebody makes a big fuss about it. Even then, I don't feel like, I mean, to wrong me in a way that makes me say you're a fucked up person, and I would like to get you in some way. Well, it's usually you've wronged somebody that's not directly me, like Rachel's mom. It makes me very mad because she's wronged Rachel's brother, my ex-boss, Laura Lynn, she wronged me. But in all of these instances I'm going to say, the problem is never I can't forgive, is that they refuse to be held accountable. They run away from me in terror and don't let me get my words out and don't let me get my words answered to. Sure, I've wronged people plenty of times. You know, it's like I wronged Jordan Peterson a couple weeks ago when I put up a video falsely attributing to him something that I said when making fun of him. I got called out on it, and I posted a retraction video and took down that video and apologized to Jordan Peterson, who never had any awareness at all that any of this ever happened, but that's the right thing to do. So, yeah, sure, I wrong people sometimes. I make mistakes. It was an honest mistake. I didn't try to misattribute the quote to him. I got confused because I was making videos with a doll that looked like Jordan Peterson, and it looked pretty good too. It's like, it kind of looks like, until you see my hand come into frame. No, I mean, I don't have persistent feelings of guilt because I typically get ahead of it before even anybody else holds me accountable and make the correction. This is what it means to be TI operational in part. But more importantly, if I am corrected and I'm not responsive to it honestly, I get this sinking feeling of guilt until I publicly extrovert my position on the matter, that I was wrong, I am sorry, here's where I was wrong, here's why I was wrong, here's what the correct position is, and I'll try to do better in the future. And then I'm absolved of feelings of guilt. That's my confessional booth, and I've said my Hail Marys, and I'm free to go, you know. I don't carry with me weight for wrongs I've already dealt with. People who carry a lot of weight around from about their own history have left a mess behind them. They don't clean up after themselves. So they wrong somebody. Circumstances have let them get away with not going and approaching that person and saying, you know what, when this happened, I fucked up, I was wrong. In other words, somebody else hasn't held them accountable for it, but they should be held accountable for it, and they choose not to hold themselves accountable for it, and then they get in the habit of doing this, and before you know it, they've got this whole pile of lingering bits of guilt from shit they never cleaned up before, where they knew they were wrong and they never really apologized. And maybe sometimes they forget it completely and they get over it, and the only person who suffers harms is the person they wronged, and the harms of the person they're wrong are always going to suffer, are always going to be the same. A lack of justice. They never got to hear you say, my bad, I was wrong, here's the truth, blah blah blah. So there's a failure to attain a failure to restore an equilibrium that existed prior to the injustice, right? And so sometimes people who wrong others just forget about it, and then only the people who suffer the injustice experience the impacts of it. But decent people, by and large, carry around with them some kind of conscience, some kind of discomfort at being wicked, right? Some kind of discomfort in knowing that they've hurt others in ways that were intentional, especially, rather than foreseeable, unfortunate, but perhaps necessary, in order to preserve the integrity of a larger system. And also ways in which even those necessary harms that are incurred in the preservation of the integrity of a larger system be dealt with kindly when possible. So an example of this is, in order to preserve the integrity of the system, it has to be the case that some professional basketball games, in fact, a fair number of them, aren't very competitive. That one team jumps out to a big lead and basically blows out the other team. That's what you might call a harm. Your rules have produced a non-entertaining product, and you're trying to sell it as is thing to watch for entertainment purposes. But it wouldn't be entertaining at all if it were scripted, or put it this way, if it were scripted, it would be wrestling, and we'd still need something else to be basketball. The real reason people watch sports live still instead of something else is because sports offer a genuine kind of surprise that's completely successfully mapped. So the surprise never runs afoul of your prime directive unless you bet on it, or unless you choose to invest a whole bunch of I guess emotional energy into one possible outcome over the other. And then, like God says, I took the bait and watched a bit of Club ENTP's video. The guy's a sad human being. If he really is sad, then that's sad, and I feel sad for him. I don't want him to be sad. And what Eric to type you should read differently. What Eric to type you should read differently, I would think. Want Eric to type you? Where did it say that? I don't know. In other words, if I'm right over an argument, I can easily say I'm sorry for upsetting you, blah, blah, blah. It's embarrassing if you were on the wrong side of the disagreement. I don't find it embarrassing. I'm very habituated to, like I said, getting out in front of it. In fact, the only time it gets even remotely embarrassing is when I'm too slow to get out in front of it. So it's like, I didn't immediately, upon the first correction comment, process that I'd fucked up with that Jordan Peterson thing in full. It took a couple of comments and one sort of bullshitty pushback comment from me before I realized, why am I trying to bullshit this? What's going on here? And that was embarrassing because I don't like to have to be corrected more than once. That's for sure. If you're right, I should be able to see that right away. It's not difficult for me to determine when something's a stronger or a weaker argument regarding justifications of things. It's not like I'm going to be an unfair judge. I'll always be a fair judge and a correct one. So there's not really any excuse except sloppiness in that case. Sloppy inattention about something that's implicitly easy for me to pay attention to, and something that's a sloppy and unacceptable failure for a debate coach in general. So was it embarrassing? Well, it's so great that when you come in here, I have examples to show how to do this. Right? This is how one deals with things well, such that one doesn't have to carry around a bunch of guilt. One doesn't have to persist in wrongnesses once corrected. One doesn't have to suffer from, oh God, they're right, but neither of us have talked about it, and what's going on, or, all that kind of nonsense is my life is blessedly free from that, and to a certain extent always has been. I've never been prone to under critiquing myself. I've never been prone to I might have been prone to overestimating how good something I make is at first. Certainly a lot when I was younger. Now my instincts have gotten better because my NI is more practiced. In other words, it's more communed with SI as a knowing function. So, but yeah, from early childhood, I grew up in a household that was very principled about certain kinds of word usage, which is to say, my dad was very no bullshit, right? Like, you're not gonna talk me into anything, kind of shit, right? But he also he had a philosophy PhD. He was a poli-sci professor, and a lot of other things. A bit of a polymath for an ESTJ despite the antipolar. The point is, I was never exempted from harsh truths about myself. My dad never did coat any of his opinions about me with FE. It's his least conscious function. It was always abundantly obvious to me that I was an eye-rolling failure in many areas that he thought were important to being a successful human being. And that, but it's like being FI polar meant, well, I guess that just means I need to change and be a different person or something. But of course you can't. You can't change. You are who you are. And so at some point you stop going. First you say, no, Dad, I'm good at TE, right? Then you say, like, okay, Dad, I'll get good at TE. And then you say, okay, Dad, I get it, I'm bad at TE. And then you say, okay, can you TE go fuck yourself, please? Yeah, that's the order of operations there. He's defending the honor of his daughter. In other words, somehow I'm being disrespectful to his daughter because I typed him differently than she did. That's insane. And let me guess, because she knows him better. SI fifth. It doesn't matter. Like, who's the best brain surgeon for Joe? Well, who knows Joe best? His mom, of course. His mom should do the job. He never said what? Did I accuse him of saying something? Maybe I did. But I think I was just sort of speculating about what might be expressed or something. I don't know. I didn't mean to attribute. I haven't watched the video at all. So anything I say that he said is not something he actually literally said. It's at best a paraphrase of secondhand information. Just as a general, yeah. MLG is wrong, not you. Who's MLG? There was a demonstration of something else present while I watched it. I don't know what I witnessed exactly. What are you talking about watching? Let me read back up a bit. Okay, that part of that part is a more understandable aspect of the conflict. It's the human element of attack that I am processing. What people choose to defend and target. There was a demonstration of something else present while I watched it. I don't know what I witnessed exactly. It's called spite. There's something fractured. There was unrest brought up and being vicious while being injured. It's called spite. It's a desire to do harm, even if it costs you, just because you want to exercise your wrath on that thing that deserves to be hurt. Right? It's spite. I feel spiteful towards my ex-boss sometimes because she really pulled some shady-ass nonsense on me. But I don't actually manifest real spite. Like, I don't go out of my way to leave bad reviews on her thing or anything like that, you know? It's like, it's in my rearview mirror. I'm not going to waste energy on being spiteful. Oh, MLG is men like God. It's doy. How can I be so doy sometimes, you know? It's weird. I should be able to figure that one out. It's gonna take a great intuitor to figure that one out. I mean, I didn't want to break him, right? If there's something fractured, then there's an implication that my negating his identity broke something. It's like, okay, when I was in Santa Cruz, we had a house surfboard, or house longboard, and one day when it was big, at steamers, which is at the Santa Cruz point where there's lighthouse, it's right off of there, and sometimes the waves get big at steamers, and it was big. There were big sets rolling in, and I went out there on my longboard, jumped off the end of the thing, went out there, and the real surfers, a couple of them came up to me, "What are you doing out here?" They could tell just by how I was on my board that I had no business being out there in these big ass waves. And in fact, the first wave came and it fucking broke my board in half. it wasn't those surfers' fault that they didn't drag me out of the water. And it wasn't those surfers' fault that I wasn't prepared for big waves. And it wasn't the waves' fault that I wasn't prepared for big waves. And it wasn't the board's fault for being too fragile, for snapping in half. It was Eric's fault for Dunning-Krugering surfing. Having not gone out in big waves before, that those little breakers that I've been on and this thing were orders of magnitude different. And then when it happens and you go home and everybody yells at you because you broke the longboard, the house longboard that everybody used, it's natural to want to blame those surfers, the waves, the board, the people who didn't prevent you from jumping in the water. It's natural to say, this board's not broken. It's fine. I can glue it back together. It'll be good as new. It's normal to be like, yeah, I knew coming here to Santa Cruz was a bad idea. The whole city is stupid. Those things are all normal responses, but they are like kind of part of a grieving process where you realize, oh, before I jumped in the water today, I was living in this imagined world in which I can stand up on these little waves. I should be fine to stand up on these big waves over here. And I just didn't get that. It's like, hey, that's actually dangerous, dude. That's not even a particularly. It's a. I mean, the waves end up. There's no beach or anything, right? It's like there's like pointy rock walls here, but the waves do tend to end before they get there, you know. So it's like it's sketch. It's sketch all the way across the board. It's sketch, and no place for an amateur, no place for a rank beginner, which is what I was. And I'm lucky I didn't get hurt, but I did break the longboard. And I did get like thrashed around like in a washing machine underneath the water for a long ass time before I was able to surface and breathe again. And then I had to make the long swim of shame. So at steamers, there's this point that sticks out, and then it comes like this, and then around and out again a little bit. And that's why this part gets all the waves. And then down into this gentle bay where it gets the little breakers. Even on big days, it only gets little breakers down here, right? That's where I normally surf. But some days, when it was small at the big spot at steamers, I'd surf at steamers too, and it'd be fine because it was small. It was like 3 feet tall waves or whatever. But regardless, what I had to do, what you had to do when you left steamers, if you did go to steamers, is you had to make the swim all the way around the fucking point down to this beach over here to get out. You couldn't climb out of those rocks, especially not in big waves. It's suicide. So you had to make that swim around to get out every time you were done surfing. Well, I had to make the swim of shame, which is because this whole the hilltop along the side of this whole thing that I'm describing is chock full of joggers, people watching the surfers, everything. So it's like I've got an audience a whole audience of people watching that idiot who is clearly doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, I gotta jump in here too, and then jump in, try to get on one wave, immediately get pummeled, break his board in half, be thrashed around and come around, gasping for air, and then have to swim all the way around the corner carrying both pieces of your board, even though it's just trash because you can't just leave it there. What a nightmare. It was an F-E-S-E-T-E clusterfuck of disaster. Well, and the thing here is, with this clubbing ATP thing, the problem was I let my feelings make what should have been a clean surgery where, you know, another analogy is Civil War surgeon. the best Civil War surgeon was synonymous with the fastest Civil War surgeon. Whoever could saw off your gangrenous leg in the fewest number of seconds was the best surgeon. I failed to uphold on that metric here because I didn't do the necessary but painful surgery swiftly and as cleanly as I could because I let my feelings interfere with my process. Now he went out of his way to try to make that happen, so I don't really feel like blaming myself particularly because he did a whole lot of shucking and jiving to purchase that what do you call it? Indulgence or whatever. I don't know. No, it's not possible. This is the thing, Self-Help Lounge. It is not possible that people can be one thing in one system in typology and one thing in another. Because ultimately, anything that can call itself typology has one central element in that's universally the same for all of them. It's about how people pay attention. And any typological understanding of personality acknowledges there are a finite, specific number of ways of possibly paying attention. We can articulate those, and we assign to the extent that we do meaningful work, we assign operationalized definitions to our terms that other people can use and test independently of us. If we're not doing that, then it's just as valuable as saying you're a pollen togger face noggle blog. It's like it doesn't mean anything. Then if you don't mean anything, then you don't mean anything. If you do mean something, I can use what you mean and check it out myself. So if you tell me, hey, you should try this shampoo, it'll briefly turn your hair orange, but it'll wash out in a couple of days. This is a temporary orange dye shampoo. And I use it, and it turns out it's blue. Well, I call orange blue. Okay, well, why? Well, because I call blue orange. But why? Because we generally have an understanding that even though it's an arbitrary term, that color, this color, is what we call orange. I said, yeah, but that's just an arbitrary term. Well, you're right, it's just an arbitrary term. But regardless, why don't we agree on what a term means, and then I'm happy to use your terms. But you need to mean something specific. You can't shift what you mean by orange. Meaning, when you use it now, you're saying orange means this, means blue. But when you ask me for something that's orange, and I give you a blue thing, all of a sudden you say, no, this is blue, this isn't orange. You can't do that, right? So, the thing is, intellectually, what I'm doing is all of the work. And what the other party is doing is attempting to not do any intellectual work. And so they don't deserve any legitimacy at all. To do intellectual work is to construct a model that accurately represents how human beings pay attention and that affords a concrete empirical assessment that you can link yourself independently of me and check out for yourself the validity of in ways that allow it to actually be communicatively true rather than just personally true. No, because look, a person has a cognitive configuration, which is to say they've got a pair of attentional manners, the prioritization of which implicitly defines their relationship with other possible ways of paying attention. You can accurately describe that or not. You can call it whatever you want to call it, right? But it is not the case that in some systems, cows are reptiles. Because they have a special rule that makes an exception for things that say moo for some reason. It is in fact the case that even though there's something kind of arbitrary about it, which is to say it's observationally derived, it's not circular, okay? Things that are purely, that are what you might call relatively, that are relatively absolute, which is to say they're absolutely true relative to the context and definitions, are also circularly true. So in order to be correct about human attention, then we have to begin with an observational truth, just like the animal kingdoms do. Now, it is observationally true that some kinds of creatures lay eggs, and it is observationally true that some kind of creatures have live birth, and it is observationally true that some kind of creatures appear to spawn copies of themselves, etc. Various multiplicities of factors have caused it to be observationally so that creatures fall into these categories: mammals, reptiles, whatever. Anybody could come along and try to redefine, make a new animal taxonomy, but it's like, but the thing, I tell you what, I'll read it again for you. I'll read it again because this is the most important thing a person can read, and it's the most important thing anybody who is not on the same page with me about typology needs to hear. This is a critically important thing to hear for anybody who thinks what you just expressed. That somebody can type different and and that's fine. If you think that, what I'm about to read is the most important thing you're going to hear in a long time. This is something that Albert Einstein wrote a long time ago. I don't know exactly when. And no, I'm not playing a trick and oh, really it was me. No, this is actually Albert Einstein wrote this, okay? He wrote, "We can distinguish various kinds of theories. Most of them are constructive. They attempt to build up a picture of the more complex phenomena out of the materials of a relatively simple formal scheme from which they start out, i.e. to build them up out of the hypothesis. When we say that we have succeeded in understanding a group of natural processes, we invariably mean that a constructive theory has been found which covers the processes in question. Along with this, there exists a second, which I will call principal theories. These employ the analytic, not the synthetic method. The elements which form their basis and starting point are not hypothetically constructed, but empirically discovered. In other words, observationally so, and not deductively so. I can have 100 consistent observations. It is not deductively so that means I can anticipate that every single instance of this thing will display that same quality, right? Anyway, that's me, not Einstein. Back to Einstein. Thus, the science of thermodynamics seeks by analytical means to deduce necessary conditions which separate events have to satisfy from the universally experienced fact that perpetual motion is impossible. Observationally so, not in any meaningful sense, definitionally so. The advantages of the principal theory are logical perfection and the security of the foundations. The theory of relativity belongs to this latter class, as does cognitive functions. So the key thing to remember about theories in this class is that they begin with observational, this is observationally so. And that just like constructive theories, principle-based theories it is observationally so about all kinds of theories the following. The search for those most general and elementary laws from which the world picture is to be obtained through pure deduction is the supreme task of the physicist, or also of the cognitive, of the attentional theorist, we might say, a philosopher. No logical path leads to these elementary laws. It is instead just the intuition that rests on an empathic understanding of experience. In this state of methodological uncertainty, in other words, because things are predicated on the fact that this is observationally so, and it may be by and large indisputable by anybody being honest about their observations, it's still just observationally so. In this state of methodological uncertainty, one can think, and might think, probably will, that arbitrarily many, in themselves, equally justified systems of theoretical principles were possible. And this opinion is, in principle, certainly correct. There is no reason to think that that's not the case with, say, one class of those theories or both. But the development of physics has shown that of all the conceivable theoretical constructions, a single one has, at any given time, proved itself unconditionally superior to all others, and I will add exclusively good insofar as there's mutual exclusivity regarding the truth between the one that is correct and superior and the ones that are not. No one who has really gone deeply into the subject will deny that in practice the world of perception determines the theoretical system unambiguously even though no logical path, but instead intuition leads from the perceptions to the basic principles of the theory. Now, once the basic principles of the theory are established, then logic checks them to see if, in fact, they are consistent with that which is observationally so across the board, and explains a mechanism that allows that consistency to make sense. It is the case that we have a lot of people in their different typological systems. And it is the case that one of them is unconditionally superior to all of the others, and that is what I am telling you about cognitive functions. So much so that to the extent other explanations are mutually exclusive of what I'm saying, those explanations are garbage and should be jettisoned entirely. Just as the theory of spontaneous generation for the appearance of maggots and rotting meat had to be jettisoned entirely when people realized that flies land on it and lay eggs. It was wrong unconditionally. It wasn't sometimes meat spontaneously generated maggots and sometimes flies landed on it and laid eggs. One explanation was unconditionally superior to all others. No, I'm saying one system is unconditionally superior to all others. It's not a matter of whether I agree with it or not. One of them sustains with that observational so. In other words, one of them is intuitively resonant as correct and logically supported as correct and empirically linked in ways that allow that logical support to occur, and the rest aren't. And that's it. If you're understanding cognitive functions in some way that's inconsistent with what I'm saying, you are wrong about it. Or I am, but that's very unlikely, in which case I didn't need to be corrected about that one thing. It's going to be a minor detail. The skeleton of this understanding is absolutely sound, good bones. Now, note, the reason I know that the skeleton of this explanation is absolutely sound, good bones, and that everything we build off it is not fruit from a poisonous tree, which is to say, starting with a reference reference, is because this is my third attempt to understand it. I had 2 attempts at coming up with a typology system before I realized the realities of things as I'm currently explaining them, which invalidate the whole idea of systems. There is one correct explanation of how attentional configurations manifest as individuals to both tell us meaningfully who and how they are they, and tell us meaningfully how they are going to seem attentionally deficient in the ways that are not them. How being them expresses as deficiencies in other possible ways of being is basically what cognitive functions does. I tell this because I'm TI tool, because my operational value is disinterested calculus, that I'm going to be retarded about my own interests. So much so that if you ask me what I'm going to do in 5 minutes, I have no fucking idea if it's up to me. It is hard to know for most people what to do with this. Because, look, what I'm saying here is running afoul of a lot of heuristics and is consistent with some other heuristics. But the heuristics that it's consistent with are lesser understood ones, like Einstein's heuristic. That's a heuristic he's suggesting, which is it's just observationally so that every time something needs an explanation, turns out one explanation is right and the others fall by the wayside. And it's always been the case. So the thing is, the reason it's hard to know what's correct about cognitive functions is because most people who are thinking about it have not addressed or thought about at all that thing that Einstein's saying. That in fact there is a unchanging observational data pool that consistently tells us certain things that are observationally indisputable, such as knowing the answer to something is a different intentional process than calculating the answer to something. If I have to add, 6-digit numbers together, 3 of them, I have to calculate it. If you ask me what 2 plus 2 is, I know the answer. If you ask me which state is Seattle in, I know the answer, I don't have to calculate anything. That those are different attentional processes requiring different kinds of attention, namely that knowledge, it just comes to me. I know the answer. There's no willful getting of information necessary, whereas the calculation requires an application of attention towards the processing of something from status mea to status mea. That those are different ways of being is observationally so and indisputable. So, at the end of the day, to the extent that we have more cables tied between our model, which is floating up here, and the ground, that means we've got more empirics supporting our observational so's. What my typing approach, and my increasing consistency in the approach with which I type people, and the increasing pile of data establishing how different people answer the same kinds of questions across a large population of people, I'm widening the distance ever more between me and anybody else talking about the thing, because they're still stuck in non-operationalized definitions. They don't want to define things in ways that you can use to independently verify what they're saying links to what they're saying links to. And if they're not doing that, then they're trying to avoid entering into the competition in which the one unconditionally superior theory wins. They're trying to avoid entering that competition because they don't want to lose. They'd rather it be indeterminate, not a zero-sum thing. This is a zero-sum thing. If it were horoscopes, if it were astrology, that's not zero-sum. Astrology can support multiple contradictory explanations, no problem. Why? Because it's not based on something that's observationally so. There is no actual reason to think that there's any linkage whatsoever to the day you were born on and your personality. There's no reason to think that everybody born in April has the same personality because they're all Tauruses or something. There's zero observational legitimacy to it. It's not predicated on observational so's. It's not an explanation for anything. It's not a model of anything. It's instead an exercise of mythology making and or inane stuff. But typology is not like that. Typology is trying to answer a real question like, how is it that this species of snake reproduces? We've never seen any mating rituals from them. We've never seen any births of baby snakes. We've never seen any eggs from them. They seem to be successfully hiding their reproduction from us humans and observing it, right? There's an explanation to it. There's an explanation of the mechanics of that process that both explains what it looks like and every other piece of observable data that we have, which is like how behavior mea, party mea impacts behavior mea, party mea among these two individuals. If you get male and female of this kind of species snake or whatever, and you can make a bunch of observations eventually and figure it out. And figure out the mechanism by which they do it. Example I'll come back to that I've used plenty of times before is expanding Earth or something else. To explain continental, the apparent reality that the continents seem to used to have been close together, they fit together, and now they seem to be further apart. Historically, for most of human history that had an explanation for this at all, which wasn't a super long time because it required global maps to be accurate before people could even try to have an explanation for it, the explanation was expanding Earth. The Earth is slowly getting bigger, and that would explain, just like ants on a balloon, as it inflates, they get farther apart. And then this German guy comes up with this notion of plate tectonics and says, no, it's not actually the case that the Earth is expanding. In fact, it's the case that these continents, counterintuitive though it may seem, are in some sense floating on a viscous medium and moving on top of it at a very slow rate because they're kind of like icebergs in a sea, except at a geological time scale. So it's like the actual viscosity or fluidity of the medium through which they're moving is not very fluid as we would understand fluid in our time scale. It's just fluid on a geological time scale. Anyway, for many years, people thought that that was treated as pseudoscience. It was mocked and ridiculed for being crazy nonsense. And then somebody came up with a thought experiment to check. Wait, hold on a second. This is easy to check, actually. If, in fact, it's expanding Earth, then we should be able to go to all the fault lines, and we should see all the fault lines caving inwards. If it is, in fact, plate tectonics, then we should see some unpredictably jagged kind of fault lines, and then explains the reasons why they hypothesize that this test will determine the matter. Well, that and many other ways, people eventually determined plate tectonics was correct, or at least that's this understanding we're operating on now. And the reason is because it's the best one, and so it's supplanted the expanding Earth. But the thing is, we can intuitively know ahead of time that expanding Earth was suspicious, because expanding Earth creates an unexplained process to explain an observed phenomenon. So that's a very suspicious way of going about things. The obvious question with expanding Earth is, well, why is the Earth expanding? And if the only reason you're concluding the Earth expanding is because the continents appear to be getting further apart, you're doing it backwards, right? It's like, it's like, the way it's supposed to go is this. You have good reason to conclude the Earth is expanding, and then you go, oh, that's why the continents are getting further apart. That's the way it's supposed to go. You don't note the continents are further apart and conclude the Earth must be expanding. That's backwards. Well, Alec T asks, what if the theory had detected phenomena without mechanics? Well, the thing is, if you're trying to explain something, then it means there's some aspect of a phenomenon that you don't understand to your liking. So, if I say, explain lightning to me, and you go, it's this jaggedy white thing that shoots out of the sky sometimes, I'll say, no. I don't mean give me an example of what the word lightning refers to. I mean, why does lightning happen? And then you explain these charged particles explanation or whatever, and then you start getting into questions of like, well, where does this electricity come from? And you get some fairly complicated or involved mechanical answers. The point is, asking the question why implies that there's a mechanical answer to be provided. If there's not a mechanical answer to be provided, the question why won't make any sense. My name is Alec. Why? Because my parents named me that, is the answer, right? So, if you want to know why, you'll have to ask them. They're the only ones with access to that subjective data as to why they named me that. If you say, today is Friday, I say, why? Because it is. Because yesterday was Thursday. Because tomorrow is Saturday. Because definitionally, we call this Friday. You know, there's no mechanics to it, right? It's just an arbitrary name. Well, the thing is, why is April Taurus instead of Capricorn? Well, there is no answer to that. It's like, for whatever reason, they picked that constellation to go with that month. Who knows why? It doesn't matter. So, when you can ask why about a question, though, and it makes sense to ask why, there's a decent chance that there's a mechanics underlying it that warrant asking why. sometimes people ask why about things that don't have mechanics, and then you don't really have any answers. Or sometimes people will ask you to provide mechanical explanations for things that aren't really subject to mechanical explanations so much as to descriptions of where the ineffability in the mechanics lie. So if you're talking about something that's synergistic, that the system creates a whole greater than the sum of its parts, then the answer of, well, how does it work can never be answered, because every time it's like, let's say there's something that you push this pedal here, and then some shit happens inside this closed box, and then this tangle of metal loops twists around in a fashion here, okay? And you want to figure out what's going on inside that box to make it move like that. And then, so you stop the machine and you look at it and you make a bunch of conclusions about it standing still. And then say, okay, well, look, one thing we can conclude about this is that we thought so originally. It clearly doesn't move. It just stands still. Well, yeah, if you stop the machine to just analyze it, then in some sense you're pretending as though the world is waiting for you to finish analyzing something. But when they then say, you know, when it turns back on and it's a blur because the things are spinning around so fast, and you go, no, I shit you not, it looked like a curved thing here. It did. Now it just looks like a blur. I don't know what to tell you. Well, because it looks different when the machine's off than when it's on. And so this is the thing about cognitive functions. When we're talking about cognitive functions as objects of analysis, we've turned the machine off and tried to describe a cognitive function. Then we turn it on again, and it's a blur. You go, well, I can't see that curved spoon shape you were talking about. What are you talking about here? There's no such thing as that. This is all just a blur. Well, yes, it's true that the machine can't display itself working and being off at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Who are these finders of large megastructures inside the mantle? Projections from the core. For a long time, we thought the Earth's surface just floated on the mantle, but it's not so simple. Oh. Megastructures meaning like huge pockets of varying temperatured rocks in various states of meltiness, or what? I like the parts near the mantle. They're still melty and molten, but kind of hard and rocky. I like to suck on those. Hard. I like to suck on a hard megastructure. Super hard with my sucking turned up to full blast. Like that. Oh yeah. Go on, Earth's core. Project your megastructure right into my mouth. Fill my mouth with its molten rocky crust. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's so viscous. Hey, auto parts store? I wonder, do you have any oil that prevents thermal breakdown but maintains viscosity, or allows viscosity to build up? Yeah, I'm a big fan of viscous things. And this oil says it prevents viscosity and thermal breakdown. I want an oil that gets more and more viscous over time. Ooh. You want viscous fix? Viscous motor oil. The most viscous and engine gumming motor oil on the market. Eric's Weird Night Rampages unleash on all us poor souls. Well, you know what the good news is, Davey? Eric's weird night. Is it the night that's weird? Or is it the rampage that's weird here? I'm not sure. Is it a weird night rampage or is it a weird night rampage? Regardless, you know I'm not actually rampaging, right? I mean, I like your colorful use of rampage, but I think it's a tad overreaching to say that I'm on a rampage. I'd say even claiming that I was on a mission would be an overreach. Not only am I not on a rampage, I'm not even on a mission, really. I may be on a jaunt. I think I'm on a jaunt. You can't talk about how your system is superior and then sexualize the earth. You know what? I really, really like that critique a lot. Thank you for that. There's a civilized way of doing things and an uncivilized way of doing things. First sexualize the earth, then talk about how your system is superior to every other. Otherwise, you're being gauche. Nobody wants to be gauche. I do. No, you don't. You don't want to be gauche. You're lying. No, I do want to be gauche. Then what is your intention? What's whose intention? My intention? For thermal breakdown and viscosity? I intend to have the world's most viscous oil, such that my car's engine becomes a single gummy block of goo, and yet still somehow runs magically thanks to Viscous Vicks viscous oil. Viscous stick it in the soil, viscous motor oil. That's the full name of the brand right there. Thank you, Boba Fett, for adding that chunk into it. So the Earth is basically a metal honeycomb. I want you to think of the Earth as a public bathroom stall door, and these megastructures as things that emerge from a glory hole. I think that's probably the best analogy. Mother Earth is like a bathroom stall door with a huge dong sticking out of a hole in it. That's what volcanoes are. And they spew their molten magma into our waiting mouths, collectively. You know, Vesuvius was really just a bukkake gone horribly wrong. So what people don't get is that the Earth's mantle is like a bathroom stall door, okay? And a volcano is like a huge schlong sticking through a glory hole, right? And Vesuvius was really just a bukkake gone horribly wrong. David, are you sure this guy is a stand-up comedian? Was that actually a joke even? I'm not sure. I guess. It did involve dirty stuff, so I guess we're supposed to laugh at that. Well, I think it was a little Dennis Miller-y. What do you mean? You know, look how clever I am. Yeah, Dennis Miller was a lot like that. And he made him absolutely insufferable, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's true. Should we inform Eric of the bad news? Okay, let's tell him. Eric? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was letting you guys finish your conversation before I restarted. Eric, we got some bad news. What's that? You're like Dennis Miller. Oh, God. Please don't tell me that. I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta pat you on the back here. We all got to come to terms with our own reality checks, our own map crises. Am I really like Dennis Miller? Yup. Oh, don't tell me that. Okay, well, this is called the denial part of the grief process. Yeah, okay, so just leave me alone to grieve in peace, please. Oh, God. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to stop streaming. Turns out I'm like Dennis Miller. It's going to take me a while to come to terms with this. For as long as I can remember, I always thought, please, God, not be like him. And now, those people who were here a second ago, who were those people anyway? I'm not even sure. I think they must have been like King and Queen of England or something, maybe? I don't know. I'm not good with accents. That could have been a German accent. I wasn't sure. I can never tell. Could have been Mexican. Could have been an Inuit accent. Probably Inuit. Probably a couple of Eskimos. I heard the Eskimos have taken over the monarchy in England. But now Inuits have gone and slain Queen Elizabeth and built igloos inside of Buckingham Palace. And that the servants are complaining about all the slip and falls because, well, of course, the floors are all wet. So it's a problem, but also the Inuit people who've taken over the Buckingham Palace and established themselves as the new monarch in England continue to cut holes in the wooden floors and express shock when there isn't water and fish underneath there for them to drop their line into. It's just dirt all the way down. They're like, where does the water start, you know? And then the serving people have to explain to the Inuits, this wood floor, not ice. And then they yabber at each other with their 25 words for snow. They go, okay, so wait, hold on. Are you saying this is packed powder? It's wood, motherfuckers. It's wood. I don't understand why this guy... Okay, look. Inuit brother, Akalakalako. Listen. This guy apparently doesn't even understand the question. I'm trying to get him to explain. He doesn't even know about most of the kinds of snow. He never even heard of that kind of snow. No, not that kind either. No, he hasn't even heard of which is our most famous snow. And he seems to be too dumb to answer the question. I don't know what this brown snow is. It's obviously British snow. We can just call it that, but the problem is, why is there not water underneath it, you know? And then all the Inuits nodded, you know, where are we going to get our seal blubber from to make our ukluks, which is our little candle that we use in our igloo. And there was panic among the Eskimo people who had conquered Buckingham Palace until finally some servants installed some water underneath some of the floors. I said, look, we're never going to get through to these people. We just have increasing amount of holes in the floor, you know, exploratory holes through the wooden floors to see if maybe there's water over here, maybe there's water over here underneath the floor, you know. Let's just devote one room to having water underneath the wood, like a big tub of, like, just dig a big ass fucking hole underneath the wood floor, and then support the wood floor with some beams as though we're like a roof, and then just fill that with water. And then we'll throw some fish in there. Every time they're about to go in, we need to rush in there before there and put 2 new fish in there, because they're not going to be able to live in there very long, because it's not going to be refreshed by anything, it'll be oxygenated. So just put them in there, give them time to catch them, and then we can isolate the damage to this one room. So that's what they did. And that's why Buckingham Palace has that large one area that's still closed out to tourists to this day. And why there are so many signs saying, when visiting the palace, watch out for wet floors. Almost all the floors are wet. Almost everybody slips and falls. That's what the sign says. Is it true? Well, I think almost everybody is probably a slight exaggeration. 80% of the people. It's not almost everybody. But I guess they want to err on the side of caution to make sure people understand. No, seriously. It's almost as though these floors have been designed to make you fall down. We've also added injury-inducing spikes and stabs of rusted iron places so that when you do fall down, you're sure to be really hurt. It's all part of the adventure here at Buckingham Palace. Well, thanks, Inuit people, for refreshing that boring old British monastery. I find it much more interesting now that you've made the floors wet. Almost everybody's a technical term. Oh, yeah. That's as technical as they get. I bet Eric started with geography, but then he used Google Maps. Yeah, well, you know, I used to, I'm having to unlearn this, right? Like, my first instinct, whenever I'm going anywhere, even if it's like West LA, is to decide myself what the best route there is this time of day based on my former knowledge. But nowadays, it's always smarter to ask your phone because it knows the faster route better than you do because it actually evaluates real-time data, not just how it's been in the past on equivalent days at equivalent times. So, but I still sometimes think like I know best. You know what? This time of day, it says 210, but I'm taking 130. I'm going to take the 10, actually, because this time of day, I don't know about this. And then I'm wrong, and 10 has, like, construction on it or something. And it's like, okay, Eric, you need to stop trusting your shitty intuition about things that it can't possibly intuit, like which route is better right now. You cannot intuit that, Eric. Why are you trying? Why are you relying on your intuition about something you cannot possibly intuit over what the phone tells you? Talk about SI. Well, but, you know, historically I really have always preferred this other route. So I think the phone must be wrong in this instance, probably. That my preferred route's better. I'm sure I've been preferring it for a long time, after all. Club ENTP had 14 likes at 60 views, and now has 10 likes at 155 views. Sus. What's it suspicious of, exactly? Do you think that he joined a bunch of alternate accounts, liked his own shit, and then thought better of it or something? I wonder what that would possibly mean. Are you saying it's Spidey or Spitty? Does he spit a lot? Or are you saying that it's Spidey? They don't show dislikes anymore. They don't show it. Because they want to discourage people from trying to publicly embarrass somebody by showing their dislikes or something. I don't know why. I think it's a stupid change. There's no reason for it. I think there probably is an app that unlocks it. It wouldn't surprise me if there is. But maybe there isn't. I don't know. Maybe there... Because if YouTube did it right, then there isn't. But if they somehow didn't do it right, then there should be a way around it, right? I mean, one thing about likes and dislikes is I can predict pretty well which kind of video is going to get a high like ratio and which kind of video is going to get a lower like ratio here talking with famous people. And I'll be consistently quite correct. when I upload a video that's a little too TI or a little too rambly or something, but it's an upload instead of a live stream, I kind of know when I upload it, okay, this is a meow one. It's gonna get like, people who want to support me will always like my videos if that's their MO. Like, Rachel probably likes every single one, whether before she even watches it, probably already pushed like. And then there are the people who only like some of them. So one way that I know I can increase my like percentage rate, the like ratio, is to do something self-deprecating. I knew when I put it up there that video about my own and Rachel's hilarious dumbness about treating the dolls like they're real people was endearingly a display of sort of either what might be interpreted as either obliviousness, like, are you not aware of how this plays, Eric, or a charming / disarming kind of openness, right? It plays in various ways. I was aware of all of this when I uploaded it, and anticipated it would get a high like ratio, and it did. I don't choose generally to let that awareness dictate very much what I'm doing, unless I feel the need to. Alright, I need to step it up and give people more of what they want, generate more heat around here. I need some money. I need to get some people to book some typing sessions. I'll make a couple of meows or whatever. Sometimes that happens, but generally speaking, it's more of a realization that when I'm done with it, that either I could have hit that cleaner, and that's just kind of like a deep fly ball, versus that one made it out of the park, I'm just talking about like ratios now, not views. So I could anticipate as soon as I left the bat that video uploading about me and Rachel mistakenly thinking about them as real people, I could tell as soon as I left the bat that was going to get a very high like ratio. Sometimes things with high like ratios correlate with high amount of likes, and sometimes they don't. I mean, the thing is, it's so silly. It's like, you're publishing shit to be consumed by the public, and then you want to control, like, whether or not the public can see accurately a metric as to whether, it's like, can you imagine if Crunchyroll refused to show you the star rating because they didn't want to hurt the anime makers' feelings? It's like, what about the consumer, right? As a consumer, maybe I use that information to make decisions about what to watch. Why are you taking it away from me? Don't I have an equal right to make informed decisions, as the creator has a right to what? Control how other people push that button or that button in terms of indicating their preference? It's ridiculous. Other people can utilize the consumer end of YouTube as they see fit, insofar as it lets them. And why that should be a problem when it gives people strong feedback that you are highly disliked. Maybe it's because they're highly disliked. And it might not be a metric that is particularly important to me, but some people may think it's important to know this information in making a decision on what video to watch. Why deny them access to that information? This is the problem with privacy and FI shit like this. Is it's they get to feel safer that they're not exposed as being strongly disliked, and everybody else loses a piece of information, access to a piece of information. It's gone from objective data to subjective data. I think Oliver Linehan's explanation makes the most sense. Brands and news conglomerates got tired of being dislike bombed. Now I can't know whether the bit I'm clicking on is clickbait until after I watch 15-second ad. The thing is, I don't usually thumbs up or thumbs down any videos that I watch. I just thumbs up or thumbs down comments. I thumbs up and heart every comment that's not stupidly attacky. Pretty much. Or if there's something, if I don't love it, if I don't like it, I might not do anything with it. But YouTube kind of compels you to do something with it, because until you like it, love it, or reply to it, but not dislike it, it keeps it at the top of your not responded to yet queue. Right. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't put yourself out there on the internet and then control, on a public platform like this, and then control everybody's access to how they perceive you. She was at the front lines of the Gamergate situation. What was Gamergate? Well, I mean, you're not going to get very many productive comments from most Americans unless you have first transcended party. Until you've escaped being in one box or the other, you will get nothing but hate from the other box. And or love from your box. You're just going to be in the throes of muties. Well, the thing is, Boba Fett, if we take Oliver Linehan's understanding of it, it makes sense why they fell in line quickly. Because, while individual parties buying ads for their own things may comprise some portion of YouTube's ad revenue, I suspect large companies comprise the bulk of it. I don't know really from experience, because right, well, they shouldn't shut down engagement, but it's not the case, men like gods, that Trump welcomed actually being engaged with ideationally. In other words, he was not open to justifying himself. He was not open to engaging in a conversation about anything, really. He was busy meowing his meows. I don't necessarily like comments being turned off, since comments are usually full of tars, but the like-dislike is pretty helpful. I hate it when comments are turned off. Sometimes they automatically turn off on the Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp. What should I just read his name, or did I just say it because I need to go to bed? Mindy's Club. Sometimes, I think I fixed the problem though now. But for a while I kept going to, some of the videos would be uploaded default to comments off. I don't like that, because to me, anything that has comments off, it presents to me right away that like the person expects it to get bad comments for some reason. So it's almost like it's worse than astroturfing, because you don't even have to have any awareness at all of the legitimate critiques that you're shutting down. At least with astroturfing, you have to sort of read the thing, determine that you don't like it because it's critical, and then remove it, knowing that it's kind of bullshit for you to remove that if you make any claims about being fair anyway. I don't know. And sometimes you'll have some borderline cases. Like, occasionally I'll go like, okay, should I remove this or not? Does it deserve to stay up? Nowadays, I'm quicker to pull the trigger on just trashing shit I don't like sometimes, because, in other words, I'm more willing now to trash shit, remove comments and stuff for NI reasons or NIFE reasons than for just TI justifiable reasons. It didn't necessarily have to make specific TI related failures plus meow meow meow. It could just be meow 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 sometimes now. If my instincts are strong enough that this person is bullshit, But I don't do very much. I don't do it very often. I rarely remove comments that aren't objectively spam. Like, this one's in Spanish about hermanas, hearts, and like emojis of dancing ladies, and then I remove those all the time. That's the new kind of spam that keeps popping up. Periodically there'll be a new kind of spam that runs along in Johnny Appleseed's various videos. Currently, it's some sort of Spanish language adult themed spam, Yeah, exactly. Oliver, it's so fucking insightful and correct. It's so correct what you're saying there. You can see the country desperate for a real leader, and half the country's going, a real leader isn't meow. Half the country's going, a real leader is meow. Trump was a leader in what he was, but he was not a leader in what he wasn't. And so you're going to have half the country not satisfied with that. The only way you'll ever get the country fully satisfied and correctly satisfied, and not going back and forth between weak because somebody has to conform to a standard that's based on they can't be meow, versus basically authoritarian because, well, weak totally failed again. I mean, you can see this in, because, okay, first there was Clinton who struck a good balance. Clinton exemplifies striking a balance for a party-affiliated individual in a time period when a party-affiliated individual could still strike a balance with the American people, while there was burgeoning divisiveness between parties. He did, after all, get impeached. There wasn't a divided country. The populace was in broad agreement that Clinton was widely popular. Clinton became much less popular after his presidency than during his presidency, and the reason is because as soon as his presidency ended, the parties went back to work. They went back to work demonizing each other, which meant the Republicans necessarily demonized Clinton. Mostly, they they did that by demonizing Hillary Clinton, even though she wasn't the president and it isn't relevant to the question. I mean, it was just the Clintons, right? Regardless, failing to make those kind of framework distinctions about whether he was a good president versus whether he was a good man, whether he effectively led the country, smartly led the country, did a good job of striking a balance, is totally a separate question from anything else related to him as a person, his character, or anything. If he behaves in ways that uphold, I mean, it's like if his presidency manifests as an upholding broadly of the habits and virtues of democracy in a free society, and inhibited the divisiveness and the stupidity simply by being pleasant, then that's the most successful presidency we've had in God knows how long, since maybe Eisenhower or something. The point is, since Clinton, we've bounced back and forth between different kinds of wrong. And they're both different kinds of wrong because in every instance, that leader, purported leader, is himself inherently upholding half of the things. It's plausible that, say, Obama, had he sufficient self-awareness, born of sufficient robust philosophy, that he could have gone in there and had a clear understanding of where he needed to manifest as a leader under both conditions. He needed to manifest as a leader that was something and a leader that was not something. And he needed to uphold under both standards. And the reason was because that's how true leadership manifests. He successfully pulled off not being something more or less ish, I guess, if you're generous. But that was definitely his aim, was he's gonna come in here and not be like Bush, be smart, be using language more, explaining things, blah 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 blah, right? But he didn't account for the fact that only works on the half of the population that he's going to rallies to meet with, campaigning at. It's like a president on a campaign trail is mostly going to encounter people who are cheering for him, telling him how right and great he is, etc., blah, 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 right? I think Obama got into the office and was shocked to discover that the partisan atmosphere of the country made it such that, that his FE shit didn't work, Like, hey, I'm trying to be reasonable here. Nobody seems to be reasonable. He didn't yet. He had already established that he was a little bitch before he caught on that he had set that precedent. Because he didn't go in with a implicit understanding that he had to both be something as well as not something. I mean, I have heard this sign that says, read the sign that says something like, Antifa, useful idiots. It's like saying, it's a useful lie or useful wrongness. It doesn't end up playing out like that at all. As I had this conversation, I talked about this the other day on a live stream, and I'm going to repeat myself here with this example because it seems informative about what happens when you think a lie or misinformation is useful. So, when I was in school during health class, they'd tell us that pulling out was not an effective way to prevent pregnancy. that you needed to wear a condom because it also prevented STDs, blah, blah, blah. The implication, the people who were telling us this, their reasoning was clearly, we want to encourage condom use because that's the safest thing. Okay? But what ends up happening is you end up with people who are barebacking it and say, you know what, fuck it, I might as well just spew up in there because, after all, pulling out's not very effective. I guess I'd save my chances. In fact, pulling out's more effective than any other kind of birth control if you don't come inside of her. This notion that pre-cum gets you pregnant is not accurate. So, in order to protect the public's health by convincing people to wear condoms, what ends up happening? They sell people on this notion that this successful form of birth control that's highly reliable, actually, is not. And what you thought was a useful lie turns into a bunch of consequences you didn't intend. Look at the DARE program, full of useful lies from the perspective of, I guess, politicians, law enforcement personnel, and whatever else, full of useful lies that will frame the world in a way that will cause the children to behave like meow. Complete insanity that they think they can predict how their stupid ass narratives are going to play out in terms of people's ontologies because they don't have the defense that what they're saying is true. So if what you're saying is true, and you know it's true, and you have good reason to know it's true, and you're not trying to misrepresent or shape other people's perceptions of the truth by turning something that ought not be an advocacy into an advocacy, you're gonna cause potentially huge amounts of harm. If you think that the goal of preventing kids from doing drugs justifies putting out public information campaigns about how drug users are all losers and failures and scumbags and such, and villainizing anybody who used drugs for years as a sort of cultural norm, like upholding that and stuff, and it's like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Because, of course, people will become actually convinced by your words. Even very smart people. And even if they're not convinced, they're worried. Maybe you're right. It took me a while to fully reject that there was any substance behind that shit, right? Like, there were stretches of my life where, when I was, or on the younger side probably, but where I worried that smoking marijuana was gradually slow boiling me to stupid. And how would I be able to tell if it were slow boiling me enough? I might be, in 10 years, I might be unable to parse well, unable to think, unable to... Of course, exactly how it's happened. The older I've gotten, the smarter I've gotten, because I've developed all the intellectual toolkits that I need as a fundamentally map-making type. I need a bunch of lexicons of terms that actually mean things, to do actual work with words, before I can, get rid of the wrongness. But for people who are trying to make decisions on things that should be decided by things that are, whether it's right or wrong, correct or incorrect, and are instead basing it on whether it's useful, they are too stupid to understand that they are not capable of predicting the actual impacts of the thing that they think they can predict the impacts of. Instead of stopping kids from doing drugs, it makes drug-doing kids feel bad about themselves. Now DARE has changed its agenda. It's no longer prevent kids from doing drugs. Now it's prevent suicide. Okay, well, look, DARE. You can't spend most of your existence causing ontological distress and then say to everybody, we're the best people to do the job of cleaning up the mess we just made. No, if you were good at doing the job, you wouldn't have made that mess you wouldn't have done a bunch of harm instead of good like you thought you were doing or wanted to do or whatever. It's like some Karen's kid dies from a drug overdose and she takes it out on everybody else by going and crying at the legislature until they toughen criminal penalties from because she wants to treat her kid as not part of that process. My kid was a good kid who would never do drugs except for that damn drug pusher who forces drugs down my innocent child's throat. And so we need to put those damn drug pushers. Your kid is the same person as that pusher, right? You guys are the kid and the pusher are both part of the same group of people called drug enthusiasts. But there's this need by Karen-y types to excise that reality from their understanding of their own child after they've died of a drug overdose, so they try to find somebody to blame, If there's anybody to blame, it's Karens for not creating any kind of reasonable accommodations to people who have a different way of living than you do. That's not hurting anybody, And there's a gold lighter. It's Japanese. I got it for $1 at the yard sale. The sparker doesn't work because you can get it to really work at it, but there's only a little bit of flint, I guess, left in it. I don't even know if that's replaceable or not. I could. I could Google it. It probably is. It's a pretty trick little lighter. It wouldn't surprise me if you could replace the flint too. And this is so solid. Like when I push this thing into it, it's so satisfyingly solid. There's no give at all. It's like pushing it into a piece of steel, I agree with you. I don't think he was especially charismatic either because he was doing that thing. He was not being that thing. Rather than being anything really. Hopey, changey blandness is not a thing. It's not it makes everybody comfortable that you can win the presidency with your hopey, changey blandness. And then a lot of people think that when you vote, it's to help defeat the bad guy. But I really think voting should be generally withheld if you're not presented with a candidate that meets your criterion for acceptable. Neither of these is acceptable. This is withholding the vote, basically saying I'm not going to even bother voting if you're going to present me this garbage. Political process. It's a perfectly fine thing to do. A right to vote means you have a right to not vote too. So I've heard people say before, well, I vote because it gives me the right to complain. I have the right to complain whether I vote or not. I also have the right to vote, which means I have the right to not vote, which means I have the right to not complain too. All those are my rights. So what's your point? I'm exercising a right by not voting and complaining. That's fine. Just because I'm exercising a right doesn't tell us anything more about it than I'm exercising a right. Yeah, not voting is a vote for the bad guy. Look, it's like I'm so sickened by this. So let's see, which kind of poison looks less deadly? It's like, I don't even want to go. It's not fun anymore, That's not fun. Okay, you get to choose between what kind of turd I want for lunch in this office, what kind of turd I want for breakfast over here, what kind of turd I want for dinner, what kind of turd I want for brunch. I don't want to play pick the least bad turd. I don't want to play that game. That's not fun. It doesn't make me excited to be part of a citizen democracy. It makes me feel like morons are in charge. Namely, the general public. Yes. Can a person get elected telling the general public that by and large, you guys are morons, but good people that I love a lot, and I will represent you better and more vigorously than anybody you choose as better than me. To the extent that you pick anybody other than me, it's like, what's this? Penicillin? I've never heard of it before. I'm suspicious. No, I will just allow my and my children's wounds to continue festering with infection. Thank you very much. If you're not hearing what I'm saying and saying, oh, this guy, there's the penicillin, then just don't vote. Don't engage politically or whatever. Because I am, and it's kind of important that we get rid of this infection called everybody grasping for and nobody having an answer. This is what happens in the absence of an answer. We've got an entire world now who suddenly get dumped into this broad, deep metaphysical pool, and have heretofore only swam in puddles before. Have only swum? I have only swum because yesterday I swam. Well, right now I am swimming. Yes, I am. I swim in the present tense, meaning occasionally I kiss. Well, periodically, nonetheless, I swim. Oh yeah, swimming in tenses, wonderful times. Swimming in tenses, wonderful times is a classic hit. The point is, I need to be president, and then I'll fix everything, best I can. I'll get up there, I'll explain a bunch, I'll talk a bunch, I'll get mad and I won't get mad, and, I will engage with everybody honestly. Have you ever seen any politician genuinely, that you thought, okay, I can see underneath the hood here. It's like every politician I've ever seen has been successful. It seems like their primary modus operandi involved making sure that hood stays locked shut, that you don't get to see the car running. In other words, everything's scripted out, pre-planned, whatever. You never actually get to test drive anything. You're never actually forced to be tested meaningfully by the people who are hiring them, namely the American public. It's frustrating. And so it's like, the reason everybody should right away say, okay, this guy is different, in part is, I will answer all of your questions. I know the answers to all of them, or I don't. So sometimes I'll say, I don't know that. I don't know what you're talking about. If I don't, I will tell you, I don't know. I will not pretend to know. I will not pretend to give you an answer for a question you asked that I don't have. I will tell you the truth. If you ask me a question and the correct answer, the true answer is, I don't know, my answer will be, I don't know. Isn't that weird how that you never hear any presidential candidates answer any questions, I don't know. Or rarely, if anything. It's like, why don't you let us see how your car runs as an actual human being? Unscripted, unpolished, actually engaging And then they even try to fake that, right? Oh, okay, we're gonna have a town hall meeting where we fake being casual and engaging with people. Are you fucking kidding me? How about actually be casual and engage with people? Like, the thing is, the me you see here is the same me that expresses when I'm not in front of the camera, except if I'm by myself, then I'm not talking out loud. If I'm with Rachel, I'm decent chance I'm talking to her out loud. But, and I might be watching something. But the thing is, it's not like I'm not any different in any particular context, because my strategy is transparency and the vulnerability that's safe when you're correct. So I don't need to worry about, like, for example, one might consider Mindy's Club to be a vulnerability from an FE perspective. Somebody says, well, what are you doing playing with naked dolls? For example, something like the club interview said. Yet, it doesn't really work as an attack, because my answer is having fun, having lots of fun playing with my dolls. What are you doing? Well, you seem to be kind of interested in what I'm doing over here. Well, yes, can I help you? I'm busy playing with my dolls. What does it look like I'm doing? I've got my purse full of dolls, and I call them my kids, and I'm playing with them. What do you want? And, so what are they going to say? You can't play with dolls. Well, why not? Well, it's not just being factual, okay? Men like gods, I will definitely be factual, so to speak. But what I mean really is, I will not make overreaching claims. I won't make claims I can't justify and support convincingly. And, I won't make a bunch of promises that I can't possibly know I can keep, like a lot of presidential candidates might be tempted to, although typically they say nothing, so that, Trump didn't do that. Trump said exactly what he was going to do, and then followed through and did it. So in that regard, it's hard to critique the man, right? It's like, he told the voters what he was going to do, and then when he got in office, he continued to follow through and try to do those things that he said he was going to do. He was the guy that the people elected. He at least told them the truth about what he was going to do. There was no misrepresentation of his positions, like what he wanted to accomplish at any point. He didn't represent that. It was very clear what he wanted to accomplish, and he made that very clear. His issue was he'd have shifting justifications that sounded a lot to me like lies, and he'd have claims about factual stuff that seemed to me sourced from Alex Jones style bullshit. So also his communication, he purposefully limited the communication interface to I guess FE, whatever you want to call that. If you don't want to explain yourself, you choose Twitter. There's not room to explain yourself. Just like, if I don't want to explain myself, I choose shorts, and Mindy's Club is great. When I make shorts about cognitive functions, I discovered, okay, that's a bad idea just because it's annoying. What does everybody say? I get comments that all want more explanation. Well, of course you want more explanation. How much can I explain in 15 seconds? I didn't make this 15 seconds long so that then I could type out the rest of the explanation into the comments. I made it 15 seconds long because shorts are a medium that you're watching, apparently. If you want an explanation, watch one of my long form videos. I have way more long form videos about this same subject than I ever will have shorts. So shorts are just an invitation to have people come in and ask me to type into a comment a longer explanation that they require because they're watching shorts and don't want to watch the longer explanation or don't know about it. I guess I could see it as opportunities to link to a video, but I tend to think, I tend to answer questions. There's nothing wrong about using Twitter inherently. It's the attempt to excise other means of communicative interaction. So a president can make himself more or less accessible to the press, and that means different things on different levels. More or less accessible in terms of opportunities for photo ops and other things like that the press may just it's kind of like make work. It's like, here's a little story about nothing. So, but we're making we're pantomiming the motions of governance. Here, watch us pantomime the motions of governance. Such as like shaking hands and standing in front of a flag in a line with everybody in suits. Important political activities like that. Getting your picture taken, shit like that. And standing over papers and looking at them and getting your picture taken. Important political work like that. So you can interface with the public a lot like that, in which case you're trying to run FE positive offense. Or you could interface with them by having a lot of press conferences, insisting that what you're doing is necessary, and really trying to drum up public support for something like George Bush did for the Iraq War. Or you could use the bully pulpit as a way to negatively approach the question of communication on balance and say, okay, my need to justify via words things to informed questioners is last on my list of priorities, let's say, right? It kind of goes along necessarily with what he was successfully good at, which is following through on what he said he was going to do, which is an approach that negates the idea that new circumstances have changed what he should do, maybe, right? And something he's not going to want to be critiqued on, and he hates that he's on, Alright, I gotta go to Brad or something. I gotta pull the car in. I've got to pull the car in, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, self-help lines, you've got to be fucking kidding me. He wasn't given other means. He was the president of the United States. He can hold a press conference at any fucking time he wants. And people will show up. He just sees, it's like, that's the, to me, that's the number one advantage of being president, is when you speak, it becomes part of a public narrative in a way that is important and also not attainable really from any other position, I don't disagree with you, self-help lines. I think he was a man that did the best he could do with what he had. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. Until the very end. I think at the very end he got a little shitty. More than a little shitty. I mean, I think you made a claim that I could agree with, and I am basically agreeable. I want to find common ground. Sometimes people work with me, like you did here, to find a common ground statement that you can affirm and that I can affirm as well. And that's great. I love that. Usually people don't work with me. I don't see agreement as zero sum. In other words, nobody loses when we agree. Nobody wins. When there's disagreement, then it requires us to determine who's right, at which point presumably we agree again, but somebody has lost and somebody has won. You know? Look, Self-Help Lounge, I will agree with you that broadly the quote-unquote mainstream media is part of the problem, not objectively engaging with political stuff. And that's because the people who make up the mainstream media are people just like you, who have a lot of challenge, a lot of difficulty with divesting themselves from being on a team when talking about politics. In other words, it's basically a difficulty understanding a story except through character metaphors. So it's like the way people currently talk about politics, they're creating metaphors to fill the various archetype holes that are necessary for a narrative to meaningfully resonate. They need a villain, they need a hero, they need a good guy's broad support system, they need a bad guy that has also a network so that it doesn't feel like bullying, right? And it's nefarious, and it justifies the good guy's alarm and insistence that the good be done, the just be done. You know, these stories that both these sides have and are telling each other are stories of well, it's like this. Pretend there's this country called Amerita, which is like America but has a T in it. And in Amerita, they had this ritual. It was called Pretend We've Forgotten That We're Teammates Day. And instead of working together, instead of each of us individually approaching the question of politics from the perspective of the country and the process, let's pretend for a day that it's wise to approach politics from the perspective of teams. And we'll split into two teams, and we'll pretend that instead of being an individual who's engaging political ideas from the perspective of a citizen of this country, I am instead either opposing, usually it's opposing, and often also affirming the other team, but not necessarily. People are much more likely to negate claims that you make. If I ask somebody like, well, are you a meow, or are you a meow, or you're a meow? They'll say no. Regardless sometimes of whether they are or not, you know? Whether they self-identify under other contexts or not, because they want to avoid that label label. And yet, but then they'll still, they've got names for their demonized foe. The woke left, the feminists, the whatever. Or, you know, conservative conspiracy nut jobs. Things like that. The thing is, what's funny is, of course, as the day progresses and the role play between the two halves of the country that forgot they were on the same team, progressives, then it becomes more unharmonious. Progressively, the various halves begin to see themselves as separate halves, and they continually suggest that the other half is, they see, from now we're standing over here and you're standing over there, and they see some subgroup coming over here and standing behind these bushes, and what are they up to over there? Blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, after a day or two of this forgetting we're on the same team, we've actually split into two teams. The thing is, that's what parties are supposed to be. It's supposed to be a way that we pretend to be in two teams to make sure that since we can't meaningfully treat the political process as one comprising only individuals, and the reason we can't is because a infinitely multi-party system represents a abdication of considering deafness at politics or being a statesman. It negates the idea that being a statesman is meaningful. And of course, being a statesman is meaningful, and being a statesman means more than having an opinion about how much beer should be taxed. If you have a eminently multi-party system, you end up with a bunch of single parties that represent shit like that, like we're the anti-beer tax party. Well, that's going to sell well if you're dealing with some section of the population who doesn't really give a fuck, is more or less apathetic about politics, but knows they don't like the beer tax, then they might very well just vote for that guy who represents that party. And that's a problem. So we don't really want eminently multi-party systems, which is what happens if you maximally uphold the individual operating independently as a citizen by a political process before either demonizing or representing some team. If you maximally have that happen, then you've got an infinitely multi-party system because you don't have parties and you just have that. The thing that's missing, the missing element to make it all come together, is the statesman. The American democracy requires, for the correct application, for the country to manifest as it's meant to, for the democratic institutions and habits to play out in ways that produce a just and free society, it needs to focus on the process, right? Like, it needs to focus on statesmen. You've got to have people as well as, and it's got to focus on, you've got to include the factor of the people, is what I meant to say. Not you have to focus on the factor. You have to include the factor of the people. It takes several factors, right? One of them is the individual people being the right individual people for the job. And there are some jobs that are so broad in scope and yet specific in requirements that it's almost impossible to find anybody to fill the job. Presidency is certainly one of those positions. It's so broad in scope and specific in requirements that you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody who can meaningfully fill that role as statesman, because it requires the most elevated of human expressions, which is basically only successfully manifest when society is fully nurturing of certain kinds of uselessness. And that doesn't happen most of human history that much, right? And then when it does happen, it happens within the upper class. And if you're poor and brilliant, intuitive, too bad, you're dead at 22 from the pox you caught while pouring feces into the cabbage patch outside your house. Right, like that kind of stuff happened a lot. What Oliver Linehand's articulating there is it happened a lot. He didn't even win the popular vote, but he did win the first election, right? And then he claimed that, in fact, there was something fishy about those election results, that he must have won the popular vote. But there was no reason to think there was anything fishy about them, because, after all, if you were going to game the election to harm Trump, why wouldn't you make him lose? Why is it they're only capable of gaming it that much? It doesn't make any sense. It violates every principle, like Occam's razor and just intuition and yeah. But the thing is, that kind of fakery and bullshit, and what I consider like lies and stuff, is really just him saying these things are irrelevant. I've already told you what I'm going to do. Now we need to start doing it. We don't need to have these conversations. Talk is cheap, to quote President Trump. And that's the problem. He had the you need to be part of the leader, but he didn't have the you need to not be part of the leader. Right? Hillary's cheating. Okay. Come on. I mean, it's like, why do you want to redefine? Can you imagine being so committed to your team that you insist that not only did your candidate legitimately win the election, but that your candidate legitimately won the election, and the only reason he didn't win the popular vote as well is because the other candidate cheated just well enough to overtake him in the popular vote, but not well enough to win the election. Can you imagine being that committed to demonizing a team? It's insane, of course, what he's saying. Did Hillary cheat? Yes, in the primaries, but that's a party matter. They're not in the general election. So in other words, she shouldn't have been the Democratic candidate, as far as my understanding of what should means, but it is a party matter, and I was correctly corrected by Jen Exio one time when I indicated that I thought she had done something illegal, until he reminded me that in fact the primaries, the parties can do with the primaries however they want. It's not, there's no obligation for them to even be fair at all. They're party primaries. Well, Self-Help Lounge, what happened in this horrible story of yours is that somebody got so into play acting. Remember that day we were talking about when we were pretending we're on different teams? Got so into play acting that they forgot they were play acting and went and bashed one of the other people over the head with a baseball bat. And then the organizers of this event go, whoa, 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 fucking hell, shit, this experiment has gotten out of hand, you know? That's what's going on there. Yes, it's true that playing that game is dangerous. The game you're playing right now can escalate if you continue to sort of willfully forget that you're playing a game. You're play acting. It's not real. This enemy is not real. There's not any individual person who you can point to and say, there's that guy. And maybe, so you say, okay, well, it's Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton didn't win the election. So how can she be the bad guy? Like, so are we opposing her? But she lost. Are we saying, darn that Hillary Clinton for not losing more? I mean, what in the world? You are not talking about politics at all. You are not talking about anything related to America, how the process should work, or anything. You're just wildly fucking flinging mud at the demon that you hate so much, forgetting that it's make-believe. Now, I don't want to yell at people for their wrongness anymore. I'm tired of this stupid game. stupid game. It's not fun. Games that are not fun are stupid games. And yelling at people for their wrongness is a stupid game that sometimes wrong people make me do when their wrongness. It hurts my heart to see Americans reduced to such desperation. You know, it's desperation. It's a sense of fracturing that can't be prevented, can't even be addressed. That there's an inaccessibility to this other, makes them so foreign that they're just fundamentally nefarious, right? And then you can't get anything past that because there's nobody behind it. Even if you say it's Hillary, what you really mean it's Hillary and people like that, which is all those woke left people and all those darn feminists and blah blah blah. Whenever we're talking about that, we're not talking about anything real. So it might be worth talking about some specific, like, advocacy regarding women or something, but when we play and it's bad because it's feminist, and this bad thing is feminist and represents a class of things that are represented by a group of people who aren't represented, no individual person of whom actually affirms their membership in, but that I assign to an imagined gathering enemy of nefarious purposes. And then you spend a lot of time thinking about that, and it's just okay. I don't know what to say. It's frustrating, it's sad, it's off topic, right? The topic is no, I'm sad. That's the topic. My favorite topic always. Now I'm sad. Now you made me sad by not being fun. You're not fun. Why are you not fun? Because you're too caught up in play acting and you're playing too rough and you're mistaking your fellow Americans for actual orcs. You're not really a wizard. You should not supposed to actually hit people with a mace, just pretend to. You've gotten carried away. And instead of being a good supervisor right now and trying to stop you kids from misusing your weapons that are there for acting purposes only, I'm going to wander off and let you guys beat yourself up with your craziness and go do that.